Okay, okay.
If you will, testing, 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 testing. Please begin to take your seats. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I completely missed your deal. Did give you? It got really quiet all of a sudden. Let's begin our meeting, and I want to thank everybody for being here, and I do want to apologize for starting about 20 minutes late. We had a wonderful, robust conversation with the Hometown Helena group downtown. I had many questions and even some answers, and so we greatly appreciate the invitation to dialogue with the Helena community, particularly the Helena business community, and that's the reason that we're late this morning, in addition to some icy roads in Helena. So thank you for staying with us and being here today. And we will begin the meeting, as we always do, with roll call. Amy?
Chair Tuck?
Here.
Here.
Regent Sheehy?
Here.
Here.
Regent Johnstone?
Here.
Regent Nystuen?
Here.
Regent Albrecht?
Here.
Commissioner Christian?
Here.
Governor Bullock is represented by Siri Smiley today, and I understand that the superintendent's office will have a representative with us.
Thank you, Amy. We do have a quorum, and we will call the meeting officially to order. Good morning, and I want to welcome everybody to the March meeting of the Board of Regents. It's good to be here on the campus of Helena College UM. Thanks to the students, faculty, staff, and administrators here in Helena for your hospitality and for accommodating all of us over the next 2 days. Thanks also to everyone in the Montana University system for your hard work at every level to make higher education in our state a shining example of achievement, success, and accomplishment. The noteworthy teaching, learning, and service to our state that occurs every day in the MUS is moving Montana in the right direction. Thanks for what you do. Your dedication and commitment is noticeable and appreciated by this board. Our state is better by far because of the contributions to knowledge and discovery that happen every day in the MUS because of you. Once again, thank you. And now for a quick preview of our business meeting. Following Dean Bingham's remarks and approval of January's board minutes, we will proceed with a number of system reports. These include the Commissioner's report, a legislative update, and other pertinent items, including where we are on a number of executive searches throughout the system. From there, we will spend the majority of this morning with the Budget, Audit, and Enterprise Risk Committee. Highlights of that committee's work will include a legislative and budget analysis, tuition factors for future decision-making, and updates on system shared services and enterprise risk. This afternoon includes a meeting of the Staff and Compensation Committee, followed by a presentation and discussion of research centers and institutes of the Montana University system. Tomorrow we have a full agenda devoted to academic, research, and student affairs, and also two-year education. In our two-year and community college committee tomorrow, we will receive an update on the Healthcare Montana grant efforts and the growth of related apprenticeships to serve students and employers statewide. We will also receive timely and important updates on the innovative co-requisite design efforts across the state and pilot projects for dual credit expansion, both areas of deep interest to this board. In the Academic Research and Student Affairs Committee, Regents will act on 7 proposals for new academic programs at 3 universities, most of them related to healthcare or health sciences. The committee will also cover a number of information items, including the format for curriculum proposals and our progress with the relatively new intent to plan procedure for academic programs. Given how this board meeting takes place in the middle of a legislative session, we especially look forward to tomorrow's updates by the Office of the Governor and the Office of Public Instruction. It's very typical that we find ourselves meeting in Helena in March during an odd-numbered year. However, the context of this year's meeting is very atypical as it relates to this legislative session. Over the last decade, the university system, governor, and legislature have worked together to make tuition more affordable for Montana college and university students. At this time, however, the legislature's proposed funding level for the university system would leave the system with a deficit of about $23 million over the coming biennium. This leads to immense, understandable concern in many quarters about the economic ability of students and families in Montana to plug that hole entirely with tuition increases. The Commissioner later this morning will provide us with a legislative update and additional detail concerning efforts to support higher education funding this legislative session. Before I move on with the agenda, I would like to recognize and welcome Sandra Boham. Sandra, are you here? Would you please stand up? Sandra is the president of Salish Kootenai College. She represents the Montana Tribal Chairs Presidents Association. We are so pleased that you're with us today. Thank you. With that, I am now going to ask Dean Bingham of Helena College to provide brief remarks of welcome. Dean Bingham, the microphone is yours.
Thank you, Chair Tuss, and welcome to all the Regents and Board Commissioner's Office staff and members. We're grateful to have you here at Helena College, and I hope it wasn't too long of a drive for some of you to come down off the hill to come down to the college. I want to thank the Regents and the Commissioner for spending some time this morning at Hometown Helena. That's a group that meets faithfully 7 o'clock every Thursday morning. You can catch us on Helena College Public TV, and you can see what's happening there. But I know that they really appreciated the time that you took to be there, and I hope their questions weren't too tough for you. It's usually a very nice crowd, and I think they did a good job with their questions. I've been want to also thank all those who participated in preparing this room and everything at Helena College. It takes a lot of people to make these Regent meetings happen, and I appreciate all their efforts in setting this up and preparing it, and then we're taking it down. But I also want to thank the students who have given up a very valuable space that they use on a daily basis so that we can have our meeting today. A couple logistics. The restrooms, which is the most important topic, down the hall to your left, to your right. You can't miss it. One small building. They're named male and female or something to that effect, so you can't miss them. Lunch will be provided for everyone here. Those who will have meetings with the students will be in the lecture hall, which is just down the hall here to your right. And that'll take care, I think, of all the logistics. I have asked 3 individuals if they would spend just a few moments with you, Regents, and sharing a couple of things that happened here at Helena College. First, we'll hear from Dr. John Hartman, who is one of our instructors here in chemistry, who also is the chair for the Montana Selection of American Chemical Society here in Montana. Then he will be followed by Brandon Orr, who is our regional director of Small Business Development Center here at Helena College. And then we'll conclude that with Holly Wendt, who's the president of Helena College Student Government. They'll take about 3 minutes apiece just to share a few things with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Bingham, for that introduction. I'd also like to think that you can find my image in the coloring book for Helena College. So if you open that up, usually accompanied by a tie-dyed lab coat. So you can enjoy that. Professor Stephen Hawking once said, "Science is not only a disciple of reason, but also one of romance and passion." Those words ring true to me as a scientist, but I believe they hold true for all collegiate disciplines. We engage in rational thought and reason through passionate teaching and learning every day. And it's because of that passion that we strive to find new, creative ways to encourage students as lifelong learners. Research has become one of those new ways here and has grown substantially in the last few years, to the point that we have created a scholarly research council comprised of faculty members from several disciplines across the entirety of Helena College, including one who is a member of the University of Montana's Institutional Review Board. The very nature of research is that we don't know everything. We're searching, we're investigating, and the curiosity and passion drive us. And research at two-year and community colleges like us is finding its pedagogical niche as a motivational tool for inspiring new generations of lifelong learners and discoverers. From the trades to humanities and fine arts to all of the sciences, we are successfully mentoring students through research activities, learning side by side, using state-of-the-art equipment, and fostering passion and innovation. Just a few of those activities are represented in the photos and the color flyer that you have in front of you. As a longtime member of the American Chemical Society, the largest chemistry professional organization in the world, I have been fortunate to attend a few national and regional conferences and observe firsthand the growing number of community colleges being represented by their students displaying and communicating their research efforts. Zeal is perhaps the best term to describe what you observe as the researchers talk about their projects, their current results, and where they're going from here. The same zeal is seen in our students, especially when they present their work at the annual two-year College Research Day event and other professional meetings. Would it be surprising to know that our faculty and student researchers have begun an oral history project titled Helena's Rocket Slide, the history of a cultural icon, and will include about 45 interviews with people in Helena, including Governor Bullock, the county commissioners, the sheriff, and many community members. That we found 97% correlation between cell phone subscriptions and rates of autism. Have discovered that peer support coaching helped people with severe mental illness symptoms recover, but not as much as those with less severe symptoms. And that we've made progress toward a new synthesis route to flavonoid compounds that have antioxidant and potential anti-tumor properties. These are just a few of the research activities currently underway at Helena College, and just a few of the reasons why the future, like the top of my head, is so bright we'll have to wear shades. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. So I've been asked to speak a little bit about students here in Helena College. So I'm just going to provide you a little bit of information, kind of what the students appreciate and why we think that Helena College is pretty great. To start off with, our average age here on Helena College is 27. So with that comes different responsibilities and commitments that for a typical straight out of high school traditional student don't have. So for us, making that responsibility available, but then also having students who can attend college and pursue a higher education really helps better the communities from which they come. And on that note, we have students from far away as Deer Lodge and White Sulphur Springs, so they take and learn here and then go back to their communities and really enrich those smaller communities that attend here. Some of the other things that Helena College students really appreciate is our articulation agreements that we have with the four-year colleges around Montana. It's really great to have a student who wants to pursue an education or business or accounting. They can come to Helena College, start their first 2 years here, and then continue on to or from doing the articulation agreements, still stay in Helena College, but pursue a bachelor's degree. So that's something that students really appreciate and would really generally enjoy having as an opportunity here on campus. Another point for Helena College students is for transfer to those four-year state universities, allowing students to get their feet wet here and really experience what college is all about, really getting the day-to-day down, and then once their 2 years is up, transferring to those four-year schools, institutions, and really succeeding when they get there because they've had that prior experience in a smaller campus. On an inverse note to that, for students who are getting an associate's degree here for 2 years, after they get their associate's degree, they're direct hire into the communities from which they come. So it really enriches those communities, for students to just pursue for 2 years and really get that education and help to grow the communities that they come from. Without the opportunities provided by Helena College, I really think that for students it would be difficult if Helena College didn't exist, in the fact that the nearest institutions would be Missoula or Bozeman, and for most students that's almost impossible. And if it were the case that they decided to pursue this education, they would be taking not only themselves but their families out of the workforce in the communities that they come from, therefore diminishing them as a whole. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I didn't look in the coloring book to see if I'm in there, but I'll have to check after. How many of you have heard of the Small Business Development Centers? Great. The SBDC is funded by the SBA, the Department of Commerce, and a host, which in my case is Helena College. Part of Helena College's mission and vision is to partner in economic and community development, and that's where the Small Business Development Center comes in. We provide free one-on-one business consulting as well as low-cost training and classes, and we're able to have a large impact in our area. So in your packet, I included the 2016 performance report for the Helena area. As you can see on that first table, we have quite a few measurements that are used to track our impact in the area. I worked with 98 small businesses this last year, and if I knew I was that close to 100, I would have dug a little bit deeper, I think. In the table below, you will see the different types of businesses that were advised in this area, and you'll note that there are a lot of different industries represented here. We worked with a lot of different types of businesses, and last year was kind of interesting because we worked with a lot of health professionals who were looking to go private practice, so we assisted them with that. Each small business development center is different, and each has different strengths, and one of the things that I like to focus on is partnering with other organizations to do presentations and outreach to the community. And so on the bottom left of that, you'll see some of the organizations that I've worked with. The Veterans Business Outreach Center is one that provides entrepreneurship training for veterans, and last week we actually did a Boots to Business training for 25 veterans, and one of the presenters was an alumni of the program, the owner of East Helena Pit Stop, who I worked with this last year, who has successfully started a small business and who hires only veterans. The Montana Society of CPAs had me come in and talk to them about using financials to make management decisions. The State Bar of Montana had me come in and talk about best practices for starting a business for incoming attorneys. And so we've worked with a lot of different industries. The consulting is confidential, but when they've reached a certain amount of impact, we have them sign a release form so we can brag about them a little. So on that right side, you'll see some of our success stories from the year 2016. Of note are the Helena Pit Stop, the East Helena Pit Stop, the Survivors Boutique, which is a women-owned, Native American-owned, cancer survivor-owned shop that provides cancer care items for the community, and Fairwinds Llama Ranch, which is actually a manufacturer that processes llama and alpaca wool for the western United States. So we definitely get all kinds of businesses. Overall, I feel like 2016 was a very successful year for us. We were able to assist with not only the community, but the state as a whole in their development. The Small Business Development Center is a great program that helps these businesses to really bridge that gap between their knowledge and the knowledge they need to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to conclude, Chair and Regents, we appreciate the information that was shared here. Helena College is a comprehensive two-year college, and there's a lot of little fingers to what makes us an institution that interacts with its community. And these are just some examples of that. Again, we welcome you here to this meeting, and if there's anything we can do to help for those of you who are attending, please let us know. We'd be glad to reach out and meet your needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Bingham. Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, we can't leave these opening comments from Dean Bingham without recognizing that he's announced a new phase in his life, and I just want to, on behalf of the university system, thank Dean Bingham for his incredible service here at Helena College. Truly a time of transformation. Many people probably don't realize this, but Daniel now remains the longest-serving senior administrator in the MUS, and it will be sad to see you depart, and yet I fully appreciate where you're headed and what your next plans are, and we wish you incredibly good luck in that endeavor as well. But Daniel, thank you for your service all these years and the work that you've done here serving students at Helena College.
Thank you, Commissioner. We will now proceed to the approval of the minutes of our January 12th conference call. All members of the board have seen those. Is there a motion to approve them? So moved. Been moved by Regent Johnstone. Is there any further conversation from members of the board or campuses or the public? Any additional comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes. Campus introductions. I believe that we probably do have some campus introductions, if I'm not mistaken. President Cruzado.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'm delighted this morning to introduce Ron Larson as the interim chancellor of MSU Billings. As many of you have had an opportunity to work and to know Ron Larson, because he has been a long-standing member of the MUS family. When I asked him to go to this wonderful campus that we have in Billings, I need to emphasize Ron was doing a very important job at MSU. He was an associate provost and in charge of our accreditation visit next fall. So it was not without a lot of trepidation that I reached out to Ron. And the most incredible thing is such a great servant of the Montana University system that immediately he said yes. And not only that, in every conversation I have had with Ron ever since, he doesn't fail to communicate his incredible sense of enthusiasm about the talent, the passion, the energy that he has found in MSU Billings and in the surrounding community. A chemical engineer by training, he fits very, very well in one of the most important segments of the Yellowstone County economy. But the most important thing I think that qualifies him for this position is his incredible love for the students, the faculty, and the staff of the state of Montana. So I think that he's uniquely qualified to occupy this position, and I want to reach out to the community of MSU Billings and to thank them for the generous manner in which they have welcomed Ron to his new responsibility. Ron.
Welcome, Chancellor. Additional, President Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, I will turn it over to Chancellor Blackadder to make an introduction.
Thank you, President Stearns, members of the board. I'd like to introduce David Gerchek. He is our new dean of the Highlands College, and you might know David for, he's currently still a professor at City College in Billings, but we have stolen him away, and he will begin his time in June in Butte, Montana. So please welcome David.
Thank you and welcome. Additional introductions. Are there any additional introductions? Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, I think we should point out, I think the news was released last Friday, but very pleased that Regent Johnstone has been reappointed and will be added to the confirmation list for tomorrow afternoon, and appreciate his willingness to serve the Montana University system. Thank you, Bill.
Very good news indeed. Thank you. Let's now move on to system issues, reports, and action. And Commissioner, we start with your report.
Okay. Mr. Chair, thank you. Members of the board. So we're going to start with a little bit of legislative update. I guess for a baseline, know that your staff works daily to track about 120 bills that we're currently watching that may or may not affect the university system from all different aspects of law and all different aspects of issues. We have a meeting every day at 11 to track those bills, to look at hearing schedules and that. What's coming up for the following week, and had great participation from students in that process. I think they've made every meeting so far and have been great participants in the process. So that goes on a daily basis. I want to bring you up to speed on a few specific House bills that definitely affect us, or Senate bills. Starting with House Bill 2, as you all know, that is where the major source of appropriations for the university system come through. Deputy Commissioner Trevor has a very, very detailed analysis of that and will walk us through that in the Budget Committee, so I won't spend too much time on it other than to sort of tell you where it's at. It, since our last meeting, has went through subcommittee. Your team spent a week in subcommittee, including our chair was there for part of it, presenting the MUS budget, presenting the reasons behind the budget, how we got there, and why we need to be there. I think that was a very productive time. I think it's been said this is certainly a challenging session, to say the least, from a resource standpoint, and not a lot of movement yet. We explained sort of the concept behind the starting point at our January meeting and the reductions to the starting point. We have not moved from that starting point for the most part. The one exception to that is that they have put some funds into WWAMI, Minnesota Dental, WEMU programs, and we encourage the subcommittee to take those actions then, because even at the time of subcommittee, we had students on campuses interviewing for those positions. I think it's important that those students know that those slots will be available and they can move forward. The committee agreed with that logic and graciously moved that funding across. And the next step in the process is full appropriations. We actually were in front of full appropriations last night with our budget. And again, we remain where we're at. There's executive action later this week. I think the main theme of that was to sort of reiterate what we did in subcommittee, but I think my main objective yesterday was sort of to dispel what I think are two myths. The first being that the good fortune that Regent Lozar spoke about this morning and the good work that we've done over the past decade somehow sets us up in a spot where we can just absorb these cuts, like it's made it whole enough that it's going to be fine. You know, and what we talked about last night is there really is two funding periods in the last sort of eras that you see a decline in actual dollars between 1992 and 2006, and not adjusted dollars, actual dollars. We had less money to spend in 2006. We were ranked the least affordable in the West. Starting in 2006, the first year of a college affordability plan, as you know, we've had 3 of those. We've rebuilt some of that funding, but as I pointed out, from the first era, 92 to 2006, we had a 38% decline in adjusted dollars, and from 2006 to today, we've had a 37% increase. So we're barely back to even or close to it. We could see even from there. But after all of that good work, we still remain low when compared to the rest of the country, and so it is certainly no time to sort of rest or justify where we sit today as, well, we've helped in the past, so now we've got to give back. We're just not in that spot. And I think the second sort of myth that we work to try to dispel is that in a budget of our size, in an organization of our complexity, somehow $25 million is just something we can easily absorb. And as I pointed out, $25 million is more than we receive in state support at 6 of our 8 institutions on an annual basis. That is like defunding. For example, Billings receives $25 million or $22 million a year. It's like defunding our 3rd largest institution. We just simply can't absorb that without any notice. Like it can happen and we'll be all right. I don't think that's the case. I reiterated the fact that anything that resembles those depths of cuts will have a significant impact on students in terms of either tuition or program and service cuts or likely a combination of both. And I certainly reiterated the fact that those will be your decisions come May. That's our board policy. That's been our practice for a long time. We'll have to make some tough decisions around that topic in May. But between now and then, your staff will continue to work extremely hard over the next 45 days to see that as much of that can be restored as possible. Tyler will walk you through the details of the budget in Budget Committee. House Bill 3, I think we talked about it at the January meeting. It's a supplemental bill. For the current biennium, we had $358,000 in there for some complications that we had with funding or overfunding the STEM scholarship out of lottery funds. We relied on one number that turned out not to be the case, and so cooperatively with the lottery, we asked for the supplemental, and that is currently in the bill, working its way through the process. House Bill 5 has been introduced and cleared committee at the House level. It has a number of concerns in there for us, concerns in a good way. We have $6 million of general authority at U of M, $3 million general authority at MSU, $10 million of authority for a maze project, $6 million in authority to renovate the liberal arts building at Missoula, $4 million of authority for clinical psychology building in Missoula, $7 million of authority for the neural injury center in Missoula, $20 million education building in Missoula, and $8 million for a living and learning center at Montana Tech. In addition, we will likely try to amend in 2 more projects, one in Bozeman and one at Tech, later this week. That actually will go in front of appropriations, full appropriations, I believe the week of the 20th is when it's scheduled, and so we hopefully will get those amended in. But there is not an abundance of money in there, but there is some much needed authority so we can continue on with the projects that are in the pipeline. House Bill 13, the pay plan, has not moved yet. That'll be moving forward fairly soon. You know, transmittal happened last week. That's the midpoint. But one thing some people don't remember is the appropriations bills, stuff that has dollars attached to it, gets a little extra time. The transmittal deadline for bills that have appropriations in them is March 30th. So the remainder of that work, including the work on 13, 5 and others, should happen before March 30th and move to the Senate side. House Bill 14, the bonding bill, I think, still remains a bit of a mystery. The top identified project for the Montana University system, the Romney Hall renovation repurposement, is in that bill. I continue to get good feedback that maybe for the first time in several sessions, people understand what we're trying to do. They understand the need for it. They understand how it serves students, and I think it is in a much better spot. That said, it is in a much tougher session. So we'll continue to watch, continue to work on that moving forward. There is talk of some other projects being moved into that bill. I think it's sort of a wait-and-see game to see what ultimately moves across. And then the last bill I would touch on is Senate Bill 85, which is the 6 mil levy referendum. That bill was introduced by J.P. Palmankowski. Want to thank her for her work on that. Interestingly enough, as a freshman legislator 10 years ago, she introduced that bill as well, so she was great to be a part of it. It was carried on the Senate side by Mary Sheehy Moe, now retired from the Senate, but did a great job for us there and got through the Senate with flying colors, has moved through the House. It is now in the staging process to move forward. It's cleared the Senate. He has signed it.
He doesn't sign it, but it was delivered.
Yeah. That's what I understand too. So I think we are on our way to seeing that on the ballot for 2018, and we'll again ask voters for, I think, the 7th or 8th time to move forward what amounts to about $20 million worth of funding each year of the biennium for the Montana University system. So very grateful to Senator Moe and Senator Palmankowski for their work on carrying that forward. A couple other things. I guess if there's any questions on the legislative side, I can take those now, or we can move on to some other things.
Questions from the board?
Okay.
Okay.
Some good news I just want to mention in the ARSA side of the world. We've done a lot of work on math pathways, and I think it speaks well to the work underway in Montana that we're one of 3 states that have been asked to join a new initiative on pathways sponsored by the Dana Center, the University of Texas, Austin, and Complete College America Carnegie Foundation to really move best practices forward. And I think it is an incredible testament to math faculty across the system and your system office for the work that has been advanced on math pathways to see Montana identified as one of 3 states as national leaders that will help set best practice in that area. So congratulations to all that have worked diligently to move that effort forward. Also want to say that we have received a renewal from USA funds on the prior learning assessment. Many of you recall the governor helped with the initial funding of that and has been instrumental in seeing that grant has been renewed, another $200,000 to help us continue to roll out prior learning assessment across the MUS. And so we thank all that have participated, including the governor, to see that happen. I want to hit on a few updates on leadership searches around the system. By the way, I'm sorry for the length of this. I feel a little bit like I'm getting kind of this late night talk show, cool jazz voice thing going on, but I will do my best to get to the end of it. Been talking a lot for the last few days. Update on the searches. So the University of Montana, that organizational meeting, the first meeting of that kicked off, well, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks ago now. The committee has been seated. We are going to add someone from local government to the committee, and pretty close to the announcement on that, and we will likely add someone from the rank of dean at the University of Montana to participate as well. But that organizational meeting has happened. We've got a lot of feedback coming from the committee and from the listening sessions that the 2 of you helped us with. And they are working, the search consultants are working to put that into an advertisement, which I think you've all seen a draft of now, and then also we'll be rolling out sort of a profile that explains in much more depth what the University of Montana is all about, its affiliated campuses, and the position that we are looking to fill. So that search is underway. The timeline and others aspects of it have been posted on a link that I believe is also on our website, and you can find it at the University of Montana, that sort of lines out where we're headed and where we go. We did make a decision after research, consultation, and visits with a number of you all as board members that we think we can find a better pool of candidates if we don't get in too big a hurry with regard to where our budget sits, given the legislative session, with regard to where tuition, other factors. When we get through the May meeting, we will know where we stand from the legislature and where we stand with tuition, and we will have a much clearer picture of what the budget looks like for the next couple of years. And the original timeline that got us done by July 1 had us bringing candidates to campus late April, which is sort of right in the midst of that uncertainty, to be honest. And so we have developed a timeline that will bring candidates to campus just as soon as students and faculty are back on campus in the fall, and we'll move forward and look for a placement to happen sometime before the end of the year. And I think the search firm's comfortable with that. There were some questions asked about, is that the norm, is that not the norm? I think that the more we've looked at it is, I don't know when you're searching for presidents of major research institutions, if there's really a norm, and I feel pretty comfortable that we're going to get a good pool of candidates whenever we do this, and that we will enhance that pool by taking a timeline that adds a little bit of certainty to the picture. With regard to my earlier comments, of course, with Dean Bingham headed down under, Dan, we will need to look at a replacement for his position, and I will tell you that at this point we are just in sort of the planning stages of where we want to go in terms of looking at interim opportunities and availability and a search timeline, and we'll have more to say on that soon. But you know, I think the key thing to know is that my office and this board is completely committed to finding the right person to continue in Dean Bingham's footsteps, to see that this is a growing, thriving campus and is an important piece of our system, and we will get to work on that soon. The last piece of the puzzle is MSU buildings, and President Cruzado, appreciate your introduction. We've had some great conversations about what we need there and how it fits within the family of campuses under President Cruzado purview, and we would simply say, and this has been announced, but I want to just reiterate that for the foreseeable future, we don't have plans to start that search. We think we've got a great person in Dr. Larson there, and we think that the most important aspect of leadership that we can provide in Billings right now is some stability, and that we will work on stabilizing enrollment and retention efforts and other things that we really need to see that we put that on the right track. The only other thing that I would mention, and certainly I think this conversation started in September, and I think it's a great one, but there is sort of an undertow in Billings as to what exactly is the vision for MSUB, and I think that process certainly belongs to now Dr. Larson, but also President Cruzado. That said, I think it is critically important that the board and my office help participate in that. I had a conversation with Regent Sheehy, and I've had a conversation with Dr. Seck in my office. I think we need to be intricately involved, and I've asked Dr. Seck to start working on a plan to help coordinate that effort, not to lead that effort necessarily, but to coordinate that effort through OCHI, so we're involved in that, so we know that it's on track, that it's moving forward, that the board has a role in that to see that a vision is adopted. And I said this at dinner the other night, we can say because of the transition, or you could say because of turmoil, I don't care how we label it, but we've kind of started and stopped that process, and I think some guidance from our office and some oversight from the board to help maneuver that, and certainly I think Regent Sheehy being there will be the right person to be involved in that as a board member, but we need to see that through, and we need to see that it is a Billings design that serves the needs of Billings, but also that it fits within the Montana University system and the resources that we have and the opportunities that we have, and I think that's where these things interlace. So I think that's where I feel like we're at from my office and my seat on moving forward with Billings. We think it's in good hands. We think the first step we need to do is create the vision, work on retention, stabilize the campus, and that is where we're headed, and we'll talk about a search somewhere down the road when it's appropriate, but we don't see starting that effort at this point in time. Anything to add to that, Regent Sheehy?
I actually just have a question. The searches that we're putting off or that we aren't instituting yet, how do those differ from the search for the president of the flagship? So who actually, is it a regent choice for chancellor? at MSUB, or is it the choice of President Cruzado? What's the process for choosing the non-flagship CEOs, for lack of a better term?
Regent Sheehy, good question. The way that that has been handled in the past, of course, you are the board, so you can write your own rules, but the way that that has been handled in the past is that is for the affiliate campuses, and the chancellors at those or the deans have been handled through the reporting line. So in the case of the MSU side, yeah, it would go through President Cruzado, would ultimately bring a recommendation to this board for approval.
And what about for the dean of Helena?
Well, as you know, we've sort of temporarily moved the reporting lines to me, to the commissioner's office, so I see that as the same, that my office will work with Helena College to ultimately bring through me a recommendation of a candidate to the board for approval.
And do you envision the search using AGB, or is it more of is it a different process?
Regent Sheehy, it can be. I think that's part of, like in the case of Helena College that we're evaluating right now, we have done it sort of always.
Okay.
We've had search firms. We've used the talents of Commissioner / President Stearns / Chancellor / Search Committee Chair in various functions to help us with those types of searches. So I think we'll try to evaluate what we think the pool opportunity is, what we think the need is, and the costs associated with that.
Thank you.
Regent Eiston?
Thank you, Chair Tuss. Commissioner Christian, could you touch on a little bit what's happening with the provost at the University of Montana, or President Stearns? Dr. Edmonds is in as I understand, an interim role. How does that intersect with where we're going with the presidential search?
Regent Eiston, I guess it doesn't matter because I can't remember what all we talked about in January, but we did make the decision, and when I say we, I think those involved with the search, the provost search at the University of Montana, certainly had some conversations with me in my office, with our faculty senate leadership, with others, but ECOS and other groups. But I think ultimately the decision was that is such a partnership between a president and a provost that we would not cancel the search, we would not disband the committee, but we would put it on hold until we make progress on the presidential search. And I think that's where we're at. I think once we know who our next president is, even possibly before that president is here seated, I think we could rekindle that and move forward. And we've told the candidates that we're moving to the final stages of that's what we're doing, and they're interested in rekindling that conversation once we make progress on the presidential search.
Additional questions from the board? Seeing none.
Mr. Chair, I believe that gets us through the Commissioner's comments. Once again, the campus reports are listed in there. I encourage all of you, if you haven't already, to look through those. If there's questions, certainly ask the campus leadership to clarify or add or supplement. The introductions we have done, we had them on there twice, so we've got that part covered, and I believe we are ready to move to the Budget Committee, Mr. Chair.
Regent Berkey.
I'd just like to make a quick comment regarding the legislative update. At the January meeting, I made the comment at OCHI that I believe that students are the best messengers of what these impacts to the cuts in the budget are going to be. And I just want to thank OCHI for working really well with our student groups up at the legislature. And I really want to thank our 3 student lobbyists for the tireless work that they've done in advocating for the rights of students and for what the effects of these budget cuts will be. And so I just want to recognize our 3 lobbyists. We have Andy Bixler of the Montana Associated Students. Andy, if you want to stand. Andy is a grad student studying political science at the University of Montana, and I believe he's joined by our lobbyist for the Associated Students of MSU. Okay. Well, thanks, Andy. But the MSU student lobbyist is Dylan Ecord, and then the student lobbyist is Abigail Belcher. And I just want to thank them for their tireless work. They're taking a semester off of school to come live in Helena and advocate for students. So it's really commendable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Regent Berkey, and thank the student lobbyist and the students that are assisting OCHI and the entire Montana University system this legislature. It is greatly appreciated and noticeable.
Mr. Chair, I would simply add to that, and I think probably deserving of inclusion in that group is leadership from around the system at a student level have been very active. The participation has been fantastic. Our lobbyist, Deputy Commissioner McCrae, certainly mentioned, and he did so in front of Representative Hopkins, who used to be a lobbyist. I thought it was maybe a little bit tacky, but this is the best group we've ever had by a long shot. But they're doing a fantastic job, and I tell you, I appreciate your acknowledgement, but it has not been something that has been burdensome to OCHI. It's the opposite. They truly are assisting at an incredibly high level, and in many cases, we're sending students in without us. They're carrying the full load, and they're doing a great job. And it truly is the most productive of 6 I've now seen effort there, and so really want to extend my thanks to all of you that have helped participate in these last few months and challenging few months yet to come. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Duly noted. Commissioner Lozar, or excuse me, you're not a commissioner. Regent Lozar.
I like that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We all know this legislative session is pretty unique compared to the last few bienniums, and we're sort of in challenging times. And I just wanted to underscore my appreciation for you, Clay, and your team, Tyler and Kevin, have done a really incredible job this session, not only fighting for the university system, but keeping us consistently updated on the most important matters as it relates to the legislative session. So thank you for working night and day on behalf of the university system.
Very appropriate remarks. Thank you. With that, are there any additional introductions? I don't believe there is. Commissioner, are we prepared to move on to the budget
We're
committee?
close to moving on. I would also like to say continues to be a tireless advocate for us. Our governor, who set us with a very good budget moving into the session, continues to fight for that budget, continues to say that's where the university system needs to be, that we can't participate in deep reductions, and we certainly appreciate the support coming from Governor Bullock and his team, who have been sitting at the table with us along the way, advocating for those much-needed resources on behalf of students. Mr. Chair, I believe we're ready to move to budget.
Okay. We have got a fairly lengthy budget committee meeting, a lot on our agenda today. So with that, I am going to turn it over to the chair of the budget committee, Regent Albrecht.
Thank you, Chair Tuss. Good morning, everyone. And where is, oh, there you are. Okay, Deputy Commissioner Tyler Trevor, thank you for being here. And I just want to acknowledge our committee, Regent Nicetoon and Regent Johnstone, for their efforts, and particularly commend Deputy Commissioner Tyler Trevor for his efforts. This is, we have a full agenda here, but what I think, if you have some time on the side, these are exciting tables and interactive charts that are available to you, but truly in the sense and spirit of transparency, as well as efforts to really look at, from a budget perspective, where we are moving and what that means, not only with the legislative impacts, but as in the upcoming biennium, as well as into the future, how we can position our Montana University system in the best way, even taking a look at it from a allocation structure and perhaps ways that have not necessarily supported our best efforts for efficiency, et cetera. And I'm really excited as we look forward to setting that up in this way. And so this is going to be very informative. Part of the the effort as well is ensuring that we are stewarding those public dollars in an efficient and effective way moving forward. So I want this to be an interactive committee meeting, and would turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Tyler Trevor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, and members of the board. I look forward to hopefully successfully navigating us through this agenda. I would start maybe at the global level here on the agenda, and as you all can notice, we've renamed this committee Budget, Audit, and Enterprise Risk. And in the name of that, we have separated the information items into those three categories. Budget development first, then we'll tackle audit, and then a category we labeled enterprise risk / shared services. Inside of that, you'll hear me doing a lot of talking here on this budget development. When we get to the audit, our Director of Fiscal Affairs, Frida Hauser, will take the reins, and then under enterprise risk, we'll turn to Ron Muffick in our office to lead us through some updates there. It's sort of backwards. Usually we start with action. Some of the action items, I believe, are dependent upon some of the information we talk about here. I think just for the flow of things, getting some of the information out before we tackle the action items will be beneficial. So at any time throughout, please stop, as Madam Chair has suggested, that the intent of this is to be interactive. So with that said, we'd start with the budget development portion. And there is more information contained in this section than we will get to. I've put more information there on purpose, first as a resource for the board. If you look at the A, B, C, D, E buckets, I see those as buckets, and I think they're important buckets for us to establish and talk about and make decisions within as we lead to the May decisions related to tuition and the allocation of state appropriations. If we only had 5 minutes, we would skip all of that and we would go to 2 pages, and we will get there with a little bit of preface here by me. And those 2 pages would be initial discussions related to tuition decision points and initial discussions related to state allocation decision points. That's the goal of the next half hour, 45 minutes, is to get to those 2 slides and have a discussion about them. But before we get there, it is inevitable that we have to have a more detailed update on our budget and where we're at with the legislature. So with that, I'll just dive in and talk in some detail about where we're at with House Bill 2. House Bill 2 for all of higher education is split out into programs. The first program in House Bill 2 relates to the Office of the Commissioner of Higher Education, the actual administrative office, the 24, 25 employees, state-funded employees that we have in the office, plus our grant-funded programs. And some of those grant-funded programs actually have their own program as well. And so this is where we were at on March 1st. It's still where we're basically at right now with some maybe technical adjustments. And I will say this, a lot of it sounds pretty bleak as I go through this, but at the end of it, I think you've heard from the Commissioner, and I don't want to convey that we're at all in a situation of depression. The reality of it is there have been some significant reductions. Starting with Program 1, 7% reduction, totaling $500,000 for the biennium. That would mean a $250,000 per year cut from the Office of the Commissioner of Higher Education. Program 2 is our Student Assistance Program, and that is the funding that we received from the state for state-funded financial aid at the undergraduate and graduate level. The undergraduate level has received cuts over the last 2 sessions. In the 2015 session, we actually lost about $4 million per year in state-funded financial aid. In this session, it's basically cleaning up the little amount that was left there to the tune of about $1 million. A lot of focus in this section occurs on undergraduate, but also the graduate level, WICHE, WWAMI, our new acronym, WEMU. That's the Cooperative Veterinary Program with MSU and Washington State University.
The moo makes more sense after you get to that part.
It does. There.
Give us a sense of how much money we're talking about under the professional graduate programs on a biennial basis. How much, what's the appropriation level there?
Madam Chair, Regent Johnstone, that's about $5 million per year for the total package of our graduate medical education. And what used to be about $5 million a year in undergraduate financial aid for a total of 10 per year, 20 for the biennium. The situation we had in Program 2 with these professional programs is that the inflationary cost adjustments, otherwise known as present law adjustments, actually are tied very closely to the increasing tuition rates at the places these students go. So we're not in a situation that we can handle cuts in these programs, at least in the first year, without negatively impacting the number of students that could enter.
To be real clear on that, there was several issues, the present law adjustments that Tyler spoke to, but also those programs in the expansion of WWAMI, the 10 new slots, and WEMU were not fully loaded yet. So the last year of cohort in both of those programs had no base allocation. So the fact that it had never been approved means it's technically a new proposal. So it was fairly heavy lifting to get the legislature to move on those sort of ahead of where they hope to be on moving other parts of this budget. But without those, I think the first draft that we saw from our fiscal team was that we would need to cut 32 of the 30 slots in the first year to try to balance if we didn't get the adjustments, which simply is impossible to do. So we pled that case. I think they've understood. So what is in the budget right now will fully load both of those programs and fund the present law adjustments, which are sort of out of our control in the hands of Washington State and UW on tuition levels on that side. So we stand today in pretty decent shape on those two critical programs.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'll continue into Program 4, the community colleges. We've probably heard about some of these cuts. They are a significant 9% reduction where the community college stand right now. That's $2.4 million for the biennium. And I would, the second bullet there, that the reductions may potentially vary by campus. The difference with the community colleges compared to the MUS Ed units is that the legislature appropriates directly to those campuses individually in statute right now. They run a formula collectively for the community colleges. There has been talk about adjusting that formula through an alternative bill that would run parallel to House Bill 2 that would allow them to calculate individual campus allocations. Program 9, that's our large program that is the appropriation distribution to the MUS Ed units. This is the state appropriation that they receive. It totals about $194 million per year, at least in FY17. The reduction that we received right out of the chute, as well as all other state agencies, a 5% reduction across the board. That is a $18.6 million for the biennium, 9.3 per year. There is no funding of present law adjustments. If you remember from tuition freeze years that the state paid for both the state side of a present law adjustment, which is 40%, and 60%, which we cover on the tuition side, was also paid for by the state, allowing us to freeze tuition. In this case, there is no present law adjustment, and compounding the issue there is no money at this point for new space O&M. What this leaves us with, and in answering the question which we've been asked quite often, is, well, what is this going to look like for tuition increases? And as you might guess, that's a fairly difficult question to answer with one single number. When you're a system of 8 institutions, the decisions are made by the Board of Regents in May, following a legislative session where we don't necessarily know the outcome. We have to make many assumptions. And that is exactly what we did, and is trying to stick as generically as possible. We've talked about the $23 million hole. We applied assumptions to it. Best case, medium case, worst case scenarios. Worst case is it remains a $23 million hole and it has to be covered completely by tuition. And if we did so, we have varying degrees of campus's ability to cover that hole with non-resident versus resident tuition. So we've answered the question, surely if that hole was covered with resident tuition, given the fact that the Regents make this decision, there would be a 21% increase in tuition. That is a generic baseline statement we've used as an example. It has received a lot of press coverage, and we have many items. We can go into the detail there further down in the agenda.
Quick question. Deputy Commissioner Trevor, performance funding is under this program, is correct?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, yes, and performance funding is an important portion of this. It is a part of that $194 million that I spoke of. It is just merely a part of the lump, and it is a method that we use to allocate that lump.
Thank you.
If I could add just a little clarity to the cap, and I realize that the college affordability plan is water under the bridge, but what the state paid in that is on the 40% side, they paid the present law adjustments. On the student tuition side, they paid that up to resident student rates. So they never paid the 60%, but they did pay up to about 78%, which is how we got to where we were. But if somebody looks at this tape later, I want to be clear that we didn't ask the state to fund non-resident students.
Thanks, that's an important clarification. Moving on to Program 10. This is the first session that Program 10 has been in full function. It was added last session to move our research and service agencies outside of Program 9, have them stand on their own. Those agencies, the Fire Service Training School, the MAISE, the Agricultural Experiment Station, Extension at MSU, the Forestry and Conservation Experiment Station at U of M, and the Bureau of Mines round out the 5 service, region, and research agencies. They are collectively at a 3.5% reduction, standing well as a whole, but not so much individually. The Fire Service Training School received a larger reduction, as well as Extension. It's just in the mathematical calculation of statewide present law. It did not fare well for those 2. There are some avenues in place that we know of to backfill some of the funding for the Fire Service Training School at this point. So we're looking pretty good there. Yeah.
I had 2 questions. One, when we talk about the research and service agencies, we're not including in that the $15 million that we received last session in order to fund our research grant program. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Regent Johnstone, that's correct. $15 million for the M-Ready research initiative went directly to the research general enterprise for our campuses, not specifically. Some of the money may have related to our research agencies, but it wasn't directly appropriated to them.
And then the second question is that, as I understand it, at least in fiscal year 18, we have assumed in our cost estimate that there's $14 million of present law adjustments, 8.3 plus 5.7. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How do we arrive at that? What goes into present law adjustments? Is it inflation? Can you give us a little bit more color on that?
Madam Chair, Regent Johnstone, absolutely. And how we arrive at it, if we rewound this tape, I guess, back to the March meeting in Dillon we had last year, that would have been the first time that you saw the detail that we're working on throughout the system to come up with our present law calculations for this next biennium. Later on in May, you approved those amounts. What is inside of it, I spoke earlier of new space, which is anytime we have new space, which is academic space that is approved by the legislature or through governor's consent, we receive O&M to help support those new buildings. Also inside of that are statewide present law adjustments. These are calculations to functional inflationary adjustments to utilities and other items that all state agencies, other state agencies might occur. Those calculations are actually done by the general government operations. And then we have what I would categorize as higher education specific present law adjustments, things that are unique to us. Library holdings come to mind, different types of IT that we provide to ensure services is a part of that. Then we move down the list further into some of the contractual obligations that we have related to the structure of staff and faculty that we have, moving from lower to higher level positions, merit increases, termination costs, and the such. Also embedded within this is safety issues that we have, growing compliance with federal government. It generally is packaged into a big ball of necessity. If we aren't funded this, if we don't have money to cover this, that within itself is a cut.
So just to follow, so of the 14 million,
thanks.
100% is fixed, certain, non-discretionary, or is some portion of that 14 million in fact discretionary?
Madam Chair, Regent Johnstone, I also left off the annualization of the pay plan, which is a big part of that. I would hesitate to go that 100% of it is fixed and non-discretionary, although I wouldn't back far off from it.
Thank you.
Cost of doing business.
Exactly. Okay, the final bullet there is just a committee bill it's a committee bill related to our appropriations committee to execute some of the policy ideas that they have. One of those is to the community college formula. The other one is to find more funding for the fire service training school. There's some other technical type adjustments that'll occur within that bill. So we keep our eye on that. I'm going to jump.
Oh, pardon me. Regent Lozar.
Madam Chair, Deputy Commissioner Trevor, I just want to talk a little bit about the community colleges and the 9% cut. It's a massive cut, or potential cut for the community colleges. And I know we had a number of individuals from the community colleges at House Appropriations last night sharing their stories. I was wondering if you could remind us of what the community college formula is right now, and then what that formula in the companion bill might look like, and what that might mean from a budget standpoint.
Madam Chair, Regent Lozar, the community college formula, which I believe was adopted and created in 2006-2007 era, relies upon first the calculation of a fixed cost for the community colleges. This is roughly 75% of what they were funded in the previous biennium. I know as I'm speaking right now, I have Jane Karras waiting to correct me on something I'm going to say that's incorrect, and she is really our authority on this topic, but I'll fumble through this a little bit longer until she does correct me. That leaves a variable cost calculation, and the legislature adopts a number that helps drive that variable cost. They can move that number up or down, and it thus produces varying levels of funding that ultimately get changed by the percent share that the state will fund. And they've traditionally been around 50%. I think they moved it down to 47% at the beginning of the session and may all the way be down to 40%. So they adjust that percent state share, which ultimately changes the bottom line for the community colleges, has them currently at 9% down from where they were. I think to get the full picture of the magnitude of that, how it would affect each campus, we have some dashboards you could take a look at. When you see the 9% cut of state approps, for instance, per student, you can see how that would affect individually the community colleges differently. They too, just like the MUS ed units, probably have more a greater level of differences between them and their funding and their size as we do embedded within our campuses. So I'll leave that at that.
You good? Regent Nystuen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, this is obviously unsettling news and nothing that we didn't see coming at us for a period of time here since the first of the year. The challenge is before us with regards to ultimately what the legislature will appropriate to these various programs and so forth. But the question is probably more to the campuses. You see what's coming. What are you doing now rather than just being totally reactive to ultimately what comes down the line as far as what the legislature ultimately funds us for, and then what the regents are looking at as far as potential for tuition increase. So now's the time to be planning. What are the actions that some of the campuses are doing to already prepare for what's ahead?
President Cruzado?
Yes. Madam Chair, Regents, I think that at Montana State University, we're always on budgeting mode, right? So we do have a budget council that monitors these relationships constantly. For about 6 years, let me just modify that, for about 5 years, we had been trying to have conversations with campus about moving away from the way in which we had always managed our budgets, which I gave a title to it, and I said that our budgets at Montana State were managed by history and mystery. Meaning every July the 1st, departments were expecting the same amount of funding from the previous year, irrespective of performance, irrespective of what was going up. Fluctuations in faculty member numbers or number of students were basically not being taken into account. For the last 2 years, we moved now into a far more participatory and constant cycle of budgeting that starts at the departmental level and then moves up. So we have department heads proposing their anticipated budget. That budget is reviewed by the respective deans. The respective dean then do the same, elevate those recommendations to the provost, and then the provost does the same thing to the cabinet level, and then we will have an opportunity to do the same. We just completed that process about a month ago. And in our perfect world plan, we would start making plans for that July the 1st. Given the situation with the legislature, we have put that process on pause. Now what we need to do once we come back from spring break is start the conversation with the community as well as how are we going to manage these impending cuts, right? We know fully well that student tuition won't be able to backfill in its entirety for what we need to do. So what additional steps are we willing to take internally to make sure that we manage this cliff in a way that the most important thing for us is to preserve the academic core of the house, right? What adjustments can we do in the administrative side of the house? What are those positions that need to be reviewed? What kind of efficiencies can we further generate on top of the ones that we have already been working on?
President Cruzado, and then I would love it if President Stearns would also reply. How do you address accountability then in this process as opposed to protecting turf for different disciplines?
Well, I think that we have been able, this is not something that you can create overnight. But over the years, I think that we have been able to create a very open and transparent process. One thing we did about 7 years ago was that we created a budget council and we created a planning council. And then the tone at the top that came down was, budgets are vehicles that drive the institutional goals, right? It's very tempting for us to fall in the trap of starting and ending every conversation with the budgets. When that does, in my experience, then it has a reductionist impact on the envisioning project for the whole institution. So 5 years ago, we came up with our strategic plan, and what we do is that we review that plan on a monthly basis. Our planning council, which has participation from every college, carefully monitors how are we making progress or fail to make progress at the institutional level, but at the college level and the departmental level as well. And I think that when you establish very clear parameters and goals, when there's a clear delineated policy, when there are mathematical formulas that drive this process, then you reduce or minimize the opportunities for politics and for relationships to start impacting that conversation. I think that we have been able to establish a very transparent process at MSU.
Thank you. I appreciate the courage and the leadership required to have these difficult conversations that are so critical. President Stearns.
Thank you. Yeah, push it. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board and the committee. I would like, if I may, to...
I never thought we'd have to teach you how to use a microphone.
I know.
I figured that came with the credentials.
I will tell you, every time someone says commissioner, I jump. And every time anyone says Madam President, I look over at Audit. So I'm making adjustments and getting reacquainted with the whole process, including microphones. If I may, Madam Chair, I would like, the commissioner has kindly, and your committee, I think, given us, the University of Montana, collectively an opportunity to answer that question. How do you prepare? How do you culturally and strategically organize for an iterative and consistent budgeting process? So we will be filling those chairs in a few minutes, and we will answer that together.
Okay.
Prepared to do that.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner Trevor, back to you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, let's start talking about budget development. And when we do that, I'd like to remind the committee of the September board meeting and the governance framework presentation that we walked through. This chart right here, I think we're going to see direct connection of where we're picking this up and doing it in a very directed way. At the top side, we have mission differentiation and the importance of setting mission parameters. We're going to talk about that tomorrow in the Academic and Student Affairs Committee, although you'll see that theme throughout the basic design of our currently where we're at in our budget development process. At the bottom side, you see collaboration and shared services. As I mentioned earlier, we're going to receive an update from Ron Muffick on our approaches that we've entered into here. And in the middle is the area we're talking about, the budget development, the connection between state appropriations, tuition, and financial aid. And just a quick reminder that during the tuition freeze era, a lot of these connections were taken care of for us. That's why it is so critical at this point in time, knowing that we're out of that era, to pay as much attention as we can to that connection first between state appropriations and tuition, but not forgetting financial aid. And hopefully by the end of this, we'll be able to pull that financial aid piece and that connection back in. But as we talk the next couple minutes, it'll be a focus directly related on that connection between state appropriations and tuition. So the next bucket moved by very quickly, but it's worth making a couple notes on, and that's our budget model. We talked about these building blocks in September, and we talked about, wouldn't it be nice if we were able to use this equation where we first started with the institutional requirement, subtracted the state appropriations, and what is left is tuition revenue. Over the course of time, tuition freeze, just basically the natural operations of our enterprise, we often used an approach where it was state appropriations plus tuition equals institutional requirement. And if you think about the differences between that, is that we didn't start with our ideal and say first, what should we be funded and what should campuses be funded based upon their mission parameters? And I'm suggesting that we have an opportunity to take steps towards that. It is probably impossible to dive into that within 1 year, but it is imperative, I believe, that we work toward that. So where are we at right now? The gray strip coming across there called generic. That's basically the phase we are in, what I thought of before the March board meeting. And that, what we simply do is we take what happened last year in a base plus funding era or model that we use, and we add our present law adjustments to that, and we come up with what the institutional requirements are. We subtract what we think we're going to get for state funding, and we're left with a tuition revenue requirement. That's basically the process we've gone through to get to a $23 million hole and to tell you about a double-digit 20% tuition increase. What needs to happen now is we need to flip over a notch and get into the specifics. And that's what exactly has to occur between this meeting and May. And those specifics are the campus level drivers need to be applied. We need to sharpen that model. The FY17 figures need to become actuals. We need to incorporate enrollment projections and how those enrollment projections are going to influence various tuition streams, the difference between resident and non-resident and WUI. We also then, and very critically here, we need to take the direction from the Board of Regents on the decision points for state allocation and apply those to a model. And thus, one of those pages that we need to get to here today to get a basic head nod from this group so we can begin this modeling, but work with you throughout up until May to ensure that when May comes, we have a functional model driven by decision points that the Regents have made. And finally, what that leaves us with then is our tuition requirement, and again, inside of that are critical decision points that the Regents will make.
Regent Johnstone.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner, at some point in this process, I would like to have a better understanding of the relationship between student fees and tuition, and whether there is consistency throughout the system relative to what we're funding from fees. I mean, on some campuses are fees funding what on other campuses tuition might be funding. And so I think we need to look at the total mix here. From the student standpoint, tuition is just part of the cost. The fees are the other part. So as we work through this and as we develop our proposals on adjustments in tuition, I want to have a better understanding of how the fee structures fit into that, please. Both in terms of the level of fees and the purpose for which fees are applied.
Madam Chair, Regent Johnstone, point well taken, and we'll be on it. Okay, this next section, Section C, I think of this as the toolbox. And what I have you laid out here for you is maybe a hammer and a saw, but there are all kinds of tools that we need to use, and you can call those benchmarks or drivers. They help you in your tuition and allocation decision points. They also are key to the model that we put together that influences, as I spoke to earlier, the differences that we have, the large differences we have between campuses, and the attributes that those campuses have in terms of their current size, their tuition mix, their enrollment mix, and their projections for the future. I will say, backing up to the model notion, I believe that we certainly have to focus on what's going to happen in FY18 and FY19, but we must have a better understanding of expectations, goals, and how that drives 6 to 10 years out in campus budgets. And I think that we can work collectively as a system to create, I call it a 6-year model, that you could use some of these drivers to set as goals and expectations for individual campuses to reach based first upon their mission parameter, and second, based upon some of the unique attributes that those campuses have. So with that said, I'll transition into one of these links, and that is the shared policy goal link here under benchmarks and drivers. And this requires a little bit of context. Shared policy goals are a notion, I guess you'd say, that have been held between the legislature and the MUS and the governor for quite some time. We've developed shared policy goals starting in 2004 with the legislature, upwards of 20 to 30. I think they might be better described as shared metrics that ended up comprising our strategic plan. This is not a new concept. This is a concept that says there definitely is a line between the buckets of authority with the Board of Regents and the legislature, but we can meet in the middle to agree on some of the primary principles that should be held for higher education. And that's what this agreement is. And that agreement is based upon a notion that we should offer high quality higher education efficiently. And so I see the commissioner pushing his button. I'm going to defer to him.
No, I would just also say it's also not the same document or vehicle as the MOUs that we did on the college affordability plan. I don't, it's coming out of the same subcommittee. I don't want people to get confused. It doesn't look like that document. It doesn't have the teeth of that document. We're not, I mean, it doesn't create a relationship there. It is a shared policy goal, something we've done. And we did talk about the what some refer to, there's a fairly well-known paper out there called The Murky Line that the late Edie McClure did that really talked about the 1974 lawsuit and kind of where those division points are. And I said in subcommittee, I actually don't think the line's very murky. I think it's a bright, clear line at this point in time. But it doesn't matter that the line exists, that we can't reach across that line with shared objectives, working together to see that we're moving in the right direction. And that's the spirit behind this document. It's not creating a relationship that's even similar to what existed in the previous two biennium.
Regent Johnstone.
I haven't practiced law for almost 20 years, but my recollection is that it's an agreement, in order to be binding, has to be signed by both parties. And I see you've signed it, but has anybody else signed it?
That's right. The unilateral aspect of this bothers you? Regent Johnstone, I will tell you that the subcommittee members brought this forward and they have signed it. We have not yet put it in front of the governor, although we spoke about it, and we'll get that moved forward as our shared goals develop.
Then I just had a question on interpretation, Deputy Commissioner. Could you explain, I guess, the first goal? What does that mean? Does it mean that the disparity between the highest and the lowest won't be more than 5,000 or 2,500? Can you give me at least some explanation of that?
Madam Chair, Regent Johnstone, the metric is obviously state support per resident student. And taking a look at that over time, actually, when you look at that in our most recent year, FY16, we can calculate an average for the MUS Ed units, a weighted average based upon student enrollment distributions, and that comes up to 7,335. In order to establish an expected zone that we would have campuses fall in, we created this efficiency benchmark that simply added plus or minus 2,500 to the average. So in general, you're moving from anywhere between 5,000 and 10,000 is the expected zone that you would have campuses fall in if, I guess, it was deemed efficient, if in the name of the efficiency benchmark. Not to say if you're outside of it, there's not explanations. I want to stress on this one, Madam Chair, Regent Johnstone, it is a pretty big zone, and it is not statistically calculated in any more complicated of a manner than plus or minus 2,500. It was done with the subcommittee themselves and ourselves in the spirit of agreement.
Madam Chair, Representative Johnstone, if I could weigh in on that, and this is something we've talked about for...
You just called him representative. We'll call him regent.
Did I?
Mm-hmm. It's okay.
For the record, my name is Clay Christian, CHR, sorry. I guess I kind of have the legislature on my brain. Regent Johnstone, the reason I think these are shared policy goals, this is something we've talked about for a long time, and I think if you put yourself in their seat, the representative seat, the legislator seat, and it's similar to, I think, as board members, is that, and this sort of started, honestly, some of the conversation you heard last night at the community college level also, but as someone representing the state of Montana and trying to use taxpayer dollars fairly across the state, they have concerns that they're valuing a student at one institution at a significantly different level than others, and frankly, that's a conversation Commissioner Stearns at the time would tell you that we had back in the 2006-07. I think to some extent, until we find a better way, money has to follow FTE, and I still remain hopeful before I leave we find a better way, because I'm not sure that is the best, but there has to be some way that state tax dollars are getting dispersed. So I think a tightening of that band is appropriate. I think it is for us. I think it is for them. And that's sort of what's driving it. Where the band sits on the scale, the width of the band, I don't think it's as important to me as it is sort of the concept that we need to make sure tax dollars are getting used fairly across the system.
You know, and I would just add that this is a place of accountability where the legislature can turn to us and we can have an understanding so that they can be confident in our leadership moving forward, that we are taking a look at these metrics and using these dollars wisely. But I would agree, Regent Johnstone. Yes, Regent Lozar.
Madam Chair, I'm curious about how this came to be, this shared policy goal, and some of the conversations that led up to this. And in regards to the conversation we'll have today or tomorrow around differentiation, mission type, and if there was a conversation with the Joint Appropriations Committee around a potential vision of creating something similar to this in terms of efficiency benchmarks and ranges for each different mission type as we develop those in the future. I think that will certainly be something that we'll be looking at certainly as we start this process, to see what those outliers are and sort of get into, 6 years out, how to plan and how each campus can plan to sort of readjust to a range that we define in a policy goal. So curious what that conversation looked like. And then I'm also curious about the second point, this comparison to our regional peers. And if anyone looks at the bar graph immediately, they'll see that we are way, way behind here. So while I see this shared policy goal with that particular committee and with the governor being a very good thing, there are a lot of hard conversations that I hope happened certainly in the hallways about particularly our comparison to our regional peers.
Madam Chair, Regent Lozar, I'll start in on this. The conversation with the subcommittee, it went a lot like them passing out a chart that looked a lot like this. They calculated it, their staff did, and them asking us what's going on. And so we talked them through why the chart looks like it does. Some of the reasons it does, it has to do with the tuition freeze era and state dollars increasing and tuition dollars being frozen. You're shifting the cost or the revenue streams, and in some cases at small campuses, and if you have even a slight decline during that time, your state support per FTE increases. And that's a lot of what we're seeing there at MSU Northern. I think there's a lot of the onion to be peeled back on this chart itself. I would stress greatly that there needs to be multiple metrics when we look at these, and it is our full intent to fill that toolbox with every metric we possibly can that is meaningful to us. This probably being one of them, but it needs some context, and that leads to the chart on the back page, which is the comparison to peers. And Regent Lozar, you mentioned establishing expectations and benchmarks by mission parameter. That is exactly why we recommended adding this chart. Because if you keep all of our campuses together into an efficiency band, you're assuming that all of the campuses in those bands have similar mission parameters and would operate similarly and in terms of efficiency, if that's what you want to call it. When we compare state support per student at individual campuses, you find the large differences that you're seeing. And when you take a look at those ranks, and you've probably seen us hold out MSU Bozeman on this, that they are the lowest state-supported land-grant university in the West per student as it stands right now. Madam Chair, Regent Lozar, I think that's the basic background I could give. I'd be happy to go into more detail if you'd like.
Go ahead.
I was going to say follow up. I think when I first looked at this, I was struggling to figure out the word efficiency. I'm not sure exactly if this is something that indicates efficiency and funding, and something that we as a board should be thinking about all those other drivers and maybe sort of coming to the table with some other items in addition to those two that we've defined in this policy goal in the future.
Perhaps this committee is in your future. But I will say that that's where the drivers come in, and part of the discussion that we've had more in depth and look to have in more depth is looking at the cost of an engineering student as to perhaps somebody in a English discipline. They're going to be different as far as the actual cost to educate a student. Regent Nystuen.
Just real quickly, maybe for the next iteration of this, Madam Chair and Deputy Commissioner Trevor, could we get the 3 community colleges inserted onto the state support per resident FTE?
Madam Chair, Regent Nystuen, they've actually put the community colleges on their own chart. That's another part of what sort of drove this. Tyler just put it up. We can do that for you to see.
I just added the community college. We actually have a dynamic dashboard you can add and subtract campuses. This is one of the metrics that we plan to add. This is also what we have going for us right now. If you click a tab up here on the top, it'll get you over to I don't know why. Well, it's supposed to be a touch screen, but if you click on that, you can get total expenditures per FTE. The chart looks a lot like this, but it gives you yet another metric, and you kind of see where we're going. We have a few more of these built, and as we get into the intensive work with the campuses and the budget committee, this will be our go-to place for our toolbox. It won't be a PDF toolbox.
Regent Berkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was at the Capitol the day that this document was circulated, I think before the Sub-Appropriations Committee, and it caused quite a stir there, and it's recently made statewide news about a statement of the potential closure of a campus. But when I was up at the Capitol, and when I've been there a few times, I've been trying to visit with legislatures to understand why these cuts are coming in place. And the resounding statement that I get from legislatures is that revenue projections are just not as high as we'd like, and everyone's taking cuts, all the agencies. But at the end of the day, a budget is a measure of priorities, and recognizing the autonomous nature of the Board of Regents articulated in the 1972 Montana Constitution, I guess still though, where's the legislature looking for us to tighten our belt? I haven't got a clear answer about that, and that's one I'm keenly interested in.
Madam Chair, Regent Berkey, we had kind of the inverse of this conversation last night with the Full Appropriations Committee. And the statement of the chair there, she reiterated to the public and everyone that was listening that the legislature does not set tuition, and made it clear that they did not, that they appropriate. Yet I don't believe in their deliberations that they're ever considering where we would make those cuts. It is just merely the balancing of their budget with all of the other budgets throughout state government. And that's the framework that they, I think that's the lens that they see that through.
I agree.
Madam Chair, now...
Excuse me. Chair Tuss.
Thank you. So, and maybe Commissioner, this is for you. So I want to follow. This is a great question, Regent Berkey. So at the end of the day, knowing that this document is significantly different than the last two documents that we were a party to in the last two sessions, at the end of the day, when the legislature's over, perhaps when we're even in session next session, what is it going to mean? What is this document going to mean? Is it going to determine potential future appropriations? What if we don't hit the mark? Are we going to report to them about whether or not we hit the mark? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, going forward with this, fundamentally, I don't have a problem with the document. I mean, it is what it is, but what does this mean going forward in terms of the policy considerations we need to make at this board table, but also the relationship, the funding relationship we have with the legislature?
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, the complexity of those conversations is always tough to bring to a board meeting. I think that the backdrop, the honest answer to that is maybe this conversation staves off cuts in this session. I think they're in you know, this is uncomfortable ground, so I won't belabor it too much, but I guess to be honest with you, I would back up a little bit from what Tyler said. Part of this conversation truly did start at the community college level. And I understand the vitality of those, all three of those units is essential to the communities that they serve. I think where this conversation truly started in subcommittee was UC Flathead Valley Community College on that chart with all institutions as the lowest and Dawson with the highest. And I think there was concerns from the committee of, you know, how can we in good conscience fund those two institutions with similar mission so much differently? And that's the first chart that they came up with was that. And they were sort of looking at how they dive into balancing this. And I think we had good conversations about what I consider the bright line, to Regent Berkey's point, of what constitutionally is given to the Board of Regents, and that is to distribute those funds. And I think there was good cooperation in that, and they're saying, okay, we get that, but we as the body that appropriates funds using taxpayer dollars needs to make certain that we feel comfortable that we're kind of all on the same page trying to utilize those dollars across the state somewhat fairly. So I don't think there is an expectation or a deliverable that we come back and they all hit the same point. Nothing like that was ever talked about. It's an acknowledgement that there is a disparity and a common goal that we use at least the state share side, the taxpayer dollar side, as fairly across the system as we possibly can. And I think it merely tracks that. I truly believe, and I'm not just saying this, that there is no, if you don't do this when you come back, be prepared. This has been a good effort, good conversations, and there's been no effort to say you got to hit these marks. We're simply tracking it, and we'll track it. And we've been up front. Any of these things aren't going to happen overnight. We'll track this for a number of years as we track some of the 20-some other shared policy goals currently, like retention rates and completion rates, and those. They're important to us. They're important to the legislature, so we're all kind of swimming in the same direction. But this document does not create an expectation in my mind, nor have I feel like it does in anyone else's mind, that, okay, we're trying to get the board to do something here, and if they don't, there will be ramifications. I have no feelings of that.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'll move us along, and we're moments away from the 2 pages that I promised that we had to get to. But we can't get there first without some comments about enrollment. We have spring enrollment at the census date. I'd like to remind everybody that enrollments are never final until the end of semester. I'd also like to remind everyone that the combination of spring, summer, and fall is what combines fiscal year enrollment, and that's what we use to run our enrollment projections, basically record as the number for the campus for the year, the annualized number. Spring, obviously, an important role in that. For our toolbox and our benchmarks, equally, if not more important, are enrollment projections, and that's what we're working on right now with campuses. Is now we have spring in, we're able to calculate FY17 pretty close to what it's going to be. We will be adding to what you'll now see as a new way of looking at enrollment to these reports that. And I have to stop and say a big kudos to kind of an unsung employee in our office. His name is John Thunstrom. He has the ability to create these. It's not me. You see my reports. They're the old stagnant PDF type from the 90s. This is moving us into not only this century, but we're really cooking here in terms of our ability to dynamically look at information and give people the flexibility to pick and choose what type of metric they want to look at and how they want to view it. With that said, I'm not going to go through this, but I would recommend everyone do this. You know, you can pick the campus you want. This touch screen doesn't work for me on this for some reason, but
It's just a little slower than you are.
I don't like slow things, Clay. But there's been media reports on our enrollment. They were driven off of this report. We're working hard to collectively gather all that information, validate it, put it in these reports, and release it in unison as a system. So, moving ahead to tuition decision points. I've created a list here in the name of a lot of the topics that we've just discussed. And keep in mind, there's another page here with state allocation. Those, remember the triangle, the connection between state appropriations and tuition and financial aid. We'll bring that in here in a moment too, to throw out some decision points for the first the committee's discussion, the full board discussion, and to keep us on a path that would get us to a May decision where tuition is connected to our appropriations, and it is done so in a manner that reflects the mission parameters of each campus. So with that said, I just quickly walk through these decision points. The first one, establish single base tuition rates for undergraduate and graduate tuition at each campus. There's another name for that. It's called remove the lower division discounts. At 4 out of 6 of the 4-year campuses, we have a bifurcated tuition rate between the lower division when you enter the freshman and sophomore year and what you pay your junior and senior year. The same thing happens at the graduate level at some of those campuses. So by removing that, you would just move the base rate, and I have charts on here that would show you what that would look like by campus. The next one is to strive, and I say strive because may not be able to make it exact immediately, to level tuition by mission type. And we'll be talking more about mission types. As I mentioned, we all kind of have that three-tiered system in our minds. We've talked about Montana Tech maybe not fitting into that three-tier, and we're going to have more discussion related to that. The next 3, 4, and 5 bullets basically say this. I think we need a framework, and that framework needs to be driven by expectations and goals that are benchmarks that give us the ability to set campuses up for success over a period of time and measure that success based upon the expectations of the Board of Regents. Some of those expectations, for example, might rely upon peer groups. Take a look at the peers of, for instance, the flagships. A policy statement or principle statement by the Regents would be, we would expect that the flagships charge 100% of their peers. And this is purely for example. What could follow from that, and what has, I've seen it in other states that have a three-tiered system, that the smaller four-year regional campuses would be X% of what the flagships are, and that the two-year campuses would be X% of what the flagships are. It gives a structure that is consistent and clear to the public. 4, establish.
Regent Johnstone.
Thank you. You know, and I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty of the differential in tuitions based on mission, but is there some effort to correlate that to the cost of education differences between the various types of campuses? So, or is it, what's driving those differentials? The implicit assumption that there are differences in cost, or that we've got documentation that there are?
Madam Chair, Regent Johnstone, point number 5 would be hopefully what drives that, and that would be the what we could deem as an ideal cost of education based upon those mission parameters. Inside of that, you would also have an expectation of % state share. That should leave us with a tuition rate based upon your enrollment that would get you to the coverage that you'd need for tuition.
Okay. Regent Sheehy.
I know that you're sending these out as talking points and to help us reach decisions. These aren't decisions already made. But with respect to number 3, you said you'd looked at other policies. Is that a recommendation, the 100% of peers? Are these numbers that are used by other institutions? How did we come up with?
Madam Chair, Regent Sheehy, I came up with this because this is what they used in Nevada, and that's where I used to work. They strove to be 100% of their peers with a 2-year lag, because the data came out 2 years late, and so we were always measuring ourselves to a couple years behind on the average of their peers. And then from there, they established a 4-year college, and they set that rate at 80% of their flagships, and the 2 years were held at 50%. So that is just merely an example based upon my past.
Madam Chair, I think the answer is no. I think that's the discussion point, and we want board members to weigh in on that expectation.
And will there be recommendations that might differ from these? Will you weigh in? Are we going to look at what other institutions are doing?
Madam Chair, Regent Sheehy, absolutely. On all of those cases, there's a lot of work to be done between now and May, and there's a lot of communication that needs to happen along that way. I would not expect that we would hit the May board meeting and there would be brand new recommendations that folks have never seen before. If that's the case, we're not doing our job. So we have to bring those forward and do it quickly and communicate it through the Budget Committee and back to the full Board of Regents.
And because it's difficult as a person who's not on the Budget Committee to take in this much information, the reason I'm asking the question is that if you're meeting as a Budget Committee, is it possible to just sit in on those meetings so that we get the information in real time and I'm not at the May meeting saying, is this a recommendation or?
Absolutely.
Madam Chair, yes, absolutely.
But just one comment. This is very, very important, and we need to take a fresh look at the whole tuition structure. It's going to be necessitated, but I think we can also make some improvements in it. And I, for one, for example, still believe strongly that particularly in the context of a likely increase in tuition, we need to take a hard look at need-based assistance. And but maybe the most important work we have to do over the next, I think, 3 to 6 months, and we all need to be engaged in this.
Mm-hmm. Agreed, and I would just add that we need to be diligent about it, and I don't want to slow it down either. These are critical times and critical opportunities where we need to make difficult decisions.
Madam Chair, I would jump to bullet 6. 3, 4, and 5 basically said let's establish benchmarks. 6 now brings in a topic of financial aid, and it may be not worded as straightforward as that, but it says work to develop system-wide resident student recruitment efforts. We can't continue to compete against ourselves, and we need to find ways in which we are not doing that. 7 brings up a point that Regent Johnstone talked about. Maybe it's only scratching the surface on the full point that Regent Johnstone talked of, but we can work to standardize some of our mandatory fees. But I would broaden that to say let's look to analysis of all of those fees, which we, by the way, do leading up to the May meeting, so that fits right in with our work plan and schedule.
Regent Sheehy, clarification. When you said we need to find ways not to compete against ourselves, are you talking about each of our institutions seeking that from the same pool of in-state students? Is that the...
Yeah.
Just wanted to understand.
Madam Chair, Regent Sheehy, yes, we have a finite set of resident students, and we have campuses who want those students at their campus, and we need to ensure that we're using our financial aid dollars in the best manner possible.
Regent Nystuen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm impressed by the quality of these decision points that you put together, Deputy Commissioner Trevor. What level of participation have the flagships and some of the fiscal officers from around the state had in creating this? So in other words, is this brand new to them, or they've had some participation in the process?
Madam Chair, Regent Nystuen, this is not brand new to them. Some might say they haven't had a lot of participation in the process, but I think others would say just the opposite. I've worked with various fiscal officers from campuses, but I can say this. We met yesterday. We discussed through this pretty thoroughly, and I think there's great energy with that group to work closer together and collectively as we move through trying to apply these decision points and others, the direction that you give us, into a full model.
Well, thank you. I guess the point here is that I think the legislature and our constituents in the state of Montana would certainly be supportive of us acting and coming together much more as a university system. And I know, Commissioner Christian, you've been working at that for your term here and maybe before, but I think this goes a long ways towards putting our money where our mouth is and saying, this is how we're going to operate going forward here. And knowing it's not a light switch that you flip on overnight, it's going to take a transition period. I think it's a fabulous list and full steam ahead from my vantage point.
Regent Lozar.
Thank you. A few of these decision points, and we've already had conversations earlier about the comparison to our peers. And certainly when we're comparing our tuition rates with our peers, we're trying to find what the right price is for tuition so we can be competitive and be as affordable as possible. Just knowing that higher education is shifting and there's a lot of activity going on and new direction for higher education, I'm curious the stability of the peers that we're comparing ourselves to, and if we're seeing a lot of ups and downs in their tuition rates, or if they're having similar conversations at their system level that we're having that might directly impact this as we compare a number of different benchmarks to peers. Any thoughts?
Yep. Madam Chair, Regent Lozar, my first is sort of a global thought. We have to use peers, but we also have to use multiple other measures, and we can't rely just upon our benchmarks to peers. And I don't think you were insinuating that we would, but I just wanted to say that. Next, in terms of the stability of the peers, that's a good point. I think maybe it varies by mission type. I would look at, again, MSU Bozeman and the stability of land-grant universities that have been around for 100 years and sort of the template at which those campuses are funded, and a pretty large group, 14 of them in the West. I think that's a pretty solid set of peers. I think you can do the same thing at the two-year level as well, and we can pick up 15 to 20 different two-year campuses that are generally the same size in the West, most of them funded without local funds, and take a look at their trends over time and tell you that this is, they're more likely to have a higher % state share, their tuition rates are lower, the access points for higher education in other states, those are sort of undeniable facts. They may vary and there may be spikes by campus, but when you look at that over time, that's a pretty solid set of peers. I think if you went into Montana Tech, which is really hard to find peers for actually, they have a smaller set. I think we got to be acutely aware of spikes that may occur there in those campuses, but I think it's absolutely critical at the same time that we rely upon campuses that have the same mission as that campus to inform us. So the long-winded answer is I think it varies by campus.
I would just quickly add that we need to ensure that we have the ability to remain competitive with our pricing. And of course, affordability is one of our primary areas of focus. Regent Sheehy.
Tyler, this is a timing question. I'm trying to understand the process that we're going through. I understand this in the Budget Committee, that we can participate in that process, that you consulted with. There are varying levels of participation from the campuses themselves. But as we decide each of these decision points, for example, whether to establish single-based tuition rates and remove those lower division credits, in deciding that, I need to know from the campuses, either the committee needs to report to me or the campuses need to be involved to the extent that I know, for example, whether removing lower division discounts is going to adversely affect enrollment at some of our branches. So how do we bring the campus input into this process that the board is undertaking in making the decision points?
Madam Chair, Regent Sheehy, I think through our office and through the work that I'm going to do on a detailed daily basis with those campuses on an overall MUS model right now that is generic, that will become specific, and inside the specificity of that will be a variety of details that at times may vary by campus, but that then through me, again, we bring back to the Budget Committee, and then however the communication flows up to the full committee, it is incumbent upon us to do that. So expectations are all at the same level when we reach May.
Okay, there you go. Commissioner Christian.
Madam Chair, I would just add
Decaf.
I don't know why you poured my coffee out, Paul.
It's called decaf.
That wasn't what I was going to add. I would just add that I think ultimately that work that involves campuses, input from OCHI, others, ends up culminates in a recommendation that you all can rely on, that we, along with campus input at a very detailed level, feel comfortable these are the right decisions moving forward, the best that we can make those.
And I believe that from the local level, it's inherent upon us to ensure that our campuses are feeling, I mean, we represent the whole state, but the campuses feel like they are being included in that conversation. And any concerns are being brought forward. Yes, Regent Johnstone.
Thank you, Chair. Just one, perhaps, clarification, and I constantly talk about the need for urgency in getting decisions made. These are going to be difficult decisions, and I think there's going to have to be a lot of analysis. There's going to have to be a lot of input from a variety of groups and interested parties. While I would like to get this done in May, I guess I'd like to understand from the Commissioner whether it's better to take a little bit more time and get it right than get it done in May. And if we have to have another board meeting in June or even handle this in July, is that possible?
Question. Commissioner Christian.
Madam Chair, not Representative, but Regent Johnstone, I think in complying with board policy in allowing the campuses to move forward with a lot of the information they need to get to students, it affects their financial aid, all of those things, that this board needs to set tuition in May. That said, I think that the overall process that we're undertaking in terms of the mission differentiation, the comparator groups, that certainly can be a work in progress. I think we've got to get enough information in front of you that we can take our best stab at tuition. But then I think this is an iterative process. It may look totally different when we come back 2 years after that. It may look the same, but I think we try to learn and gain from the experience that we go, but I think we've got to make a decision.
Commissioner Christian, do you believe that's realistic?
Madam Chair, I'm confident it's realistic. This is on Tyler's plate, and I have confidence that we're going to move this thing forward, and that's sort of in his nature, and that's sort of why it's sitting where it is, and we're going to do the very best that we can to be as thorough as we can and help make the best decision. And I would simply say this: we haven't had to make this type of decision in a decade, and what we've made has been sort of anecdotal decisions based on legislative funding and kind of the best shot. I'm 100% confident that it's going to be something, and it's going to be the best we can do, and that will guide us a long ways in where we need to go. Is it perfect? No, maybe not, and that's why it's got to be iterative, but I think it's better than asking you guys in May to just sort of anecdotally make the decision. We're going to have as much information in front of you as we possibly can to make the best decision you can, and I think, honestly, that's a leg up from where we've been for a while.
And just as a Deputy Commissioner, I appreciate that you have engaged all campuses in this process, and I certainly would feel even more comfortable ensuring that we have that affirmation from those campuses and from the leadership that they feel that they have had the opportunity to contribute their perspective and any unintended consequences that we may not be considering. Regent Berkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I think you synthesized that quite well. And I think these points before us give an adequate picture of the issues we're probably going to need to be addressing here rather quickly. That being said, a week hasn't been enough for me, at least, to process the gravity of some of these issues. But with number 6 particularly, looking at a system-wide driven effort at recruitment, I do have some concern, and I guess this is where the input of the campuses would be valuable. But I do have some concerns with, a system office that is removed from a campus trying to sell a university experience. So yeah, maybe if you want to elaborate on that one further. But before you do, I would like to address number 7 as well, regarding the fees. And universities aren't always products of purposeful design. But that being said, the fees seem to have been one fee after another, and so I think a comprehensive review of fees is of the utmost urgency, especially when we're going to be deciding at the May meeting tuition. So,
Madam Chair, Regent Berkey, and at one point in time I thought maybe I should have clarified 6 a little bit better. This 6 on the system-wide recruitment of students absolutely does not mean that the system office would be recruiting students, but rather we would have system principals, policies, and direction. But campuses and those campus folk would still do the exact work that they do, and the system office would not be involved in that. Number 7 on the fees, I agree completely, and I think we can move fees when appropriate out of being a fee, and when we have the opportunity, like we do right now, to improve our tuition base. That's what it should. That's where those should be. Now, that's a personal opinion, but a lot of that work, again, it has to occur with the people that know the detail, and I fully am banking on that we have the support and the enthusiasm of the group, and so we'll move forward in that manner.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Christian.
Just to boil 6 down to the core, that is really about how many dollars will we use to try to attract a student to go to one institution over the other in Montana, a Montana resident student. And we've talked about that with the presidents. I think we're all on board. I think some sort of maybe it should say guideline, but some guidance from the board to say, what will those recruitment efforts look like for in-state students, where we're merely moving students around our system, right? And it's sort of which office are they going in? It doesn't provide any benefit to us as a system, so I think we want to get our hands around that a bit, but no system-wide recruitment effort. And that's a good question, because some other states are sort of toying with that right now, Hawaii being one of them. Should admissions and recruitment all be at a central office? We're not talking about that. We're not proposing that.
Regent Nystuen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess as a member of the Budget Committee, these are weighty decisions that we need a lot of input on and a lot of thoughtful consideration for. I guess I'd be an advocate that we do a noticed meeting or two between now and May, and have a good roundtable discussion as to how do we address these 7 points and tackle the top priorities in light of the tuition increase that will be under consideration at our May meeting, and try to hammer out as many of these and continue to get input between now and then so that we can move forward. So that's a recommendation I'd have.
Thank you. Are we on item D?
Madam Chair, I believe we're done with D, and I have one more slide on E.
Can we, I'd like to take a break and then return and start on E, if that would work for everyone else. If we could just, okay, we'll go ahead and take a break for 15 minutes, returning at 11, beginning again at 11:18. Okay, thanks. please take their seats? We're going to begin in 2 minutes. Get that away. Can everyone please take their seats? We're about to begin. Thank you. I would like to reconvene the Committee of Budget, Audit, and Enterprise Risk, and I'll turn it back over to Deputy Commissioner Tyler Trevor, letter E.
Letter E, state appropriation decision points. In the similar fashion as the tuition, I've offered up some starting place here for discussion. The first one, and the first area that comes to my mind, is performance funding. Performance funding is a portion of our current allocation methodology, and I think that this is an area the Regents can decide on early, whether to obviously continue with performance funding, and note that I didn't phrase it like that, rather establish performance funding allocation amounts. We've used $15 million in each year of the past biennium. That's roughly 10% of our overall appropriation, and I think it's served us as a pretty good level. The second point relates more specifically to how we divvy up the funds. I almost feel like we should jump to point 5 before we talk about this point. And point 5 says return responsibility for individual campus allocations to the Commissioner's Office. Since FY13, we've had a policy that we divvy up the funds of the lump that comes from the legislature. Let's call that the $194 million per year, and we split that based upon the distribution of FTE by the two sides of the system, the cumulative FTE of MSU and U of M. Throughout time, it's been close to 50-50. It shifted a little bit more to 51-49, 52-48, and we hand that to the presidents of the universities, and then they distribute that to the affiliated campuses based upon their own methodology. And those methodologies have been different, but both of them have been equally more complex than just divvying up the funds based upon resident student FTE. You saw this as an information item in January. We had a little bit of discussion on it. I think the reason there was a little bit of discussion is seen from this meeting. The full discussion that needed to take place to get the big picture on why this needs to happen is just what we were talking about for the last 2 hours. The connection between state appropriations and tuition. In order to effectively do that, we have to look at all institutions of the university system together, and to analyze the distribution of revenue based upon mission parameters and benchmarks and peers. And our current allocation methodology simply does not provide for that. Another kind of unintended consequence of this is that we have such large differences between the campuses on each of the sides that if a large campus on one side has experienced recent I wouldn't call it extreme, but large enrollment growth, it'll drive dollars to that side. And there's situations where the other 3 campuses on a particular side may have declined in enrollment. But as a result of that large campus increasing, the dollars flowed to the large campus side. Those campuses then are distributed to the smaller campuses, which may have had declining enrollment. So you see increasing appropriation to campuses with declining enrollment. The inverse is also a possibility, where you have a large campus with declining enrollment, now distributing funds to smaller campuses that have increasing enrollment, and you get the picture. This, to me, is a fundamental cog to everything that we've talked about. I don't anticipate this being a change of the spin of the earth here. This is merely a function of us, a requirement that we look at all campuses and their attributes in a single allocation methodology. Point 2 starts to describe what that allocation methodology would look like. Well, we can stay with 3-year resident student FTE and merely look at the distribution of how that FTE falls, 30% to one campus, 32% to another campus, and distribute the funds that way. I will say there are some problematic issues with that, which would lead us to other notions. Let's look at benchmarks, the cost of education. That's seen again in point 4. We also need to pay attention to how those dollars were allocated in FY17. It's very difficult to make large moves in one year. And so this is merely just providing a list of examples. This clearly is an area that is going to take more detailed work and kind of fleshing out by the Budget Committee and that interactive work that we just described between the Office of the Commissioner of Higher Education and the campuses. Point 3.
Excuse me, Regent Nystuen, did you want to jump in? Or sorry, Regent Johnstone.
I'll defer, I'll wait.
Okay. Pardon me, go ahead.
I will mention that in the action items, the first action item is that item that with an affirmative vote would simply return the responsibility to the Commissioner's office. So, folks have asked, well, how will then campuses still have their affiliated campuses? Well, we've had those affiliated campuses since 1995. We've only used this methodology since 2013. Point 3, utilize efficiency benchmarks. We talked about the shared policy goal benchmark. I believe we should use that as a benchmark, but I also strongly believe in multiple metrics. The expected state share based upon mission type. What does a research doctoral campus look like across the West, the nation, in terms of the percent state share they receive in comparison to the percent of their revenue that's generated by tuition? Set benchmarks and goals related to that. We talked about a 6-year budget model rather than trying to change the trajectory of campuses in 1 year. Peer comparisons are obviously at the heart of this. And then point 4, again, just brings in also the notion of enrollment projections and connecting those to the overall cost of education. And I think what that says is, again, a 6-year model is needed in order to move this based upon benchmarks and expectations that are lined out by the Regents. Madam Chair, that is my general description of these, and I'd open it up for discussion.
Regent Johnstone.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in support of the policy change, but I do think it's worth noting that, we've charged the 2 flagship presidents with responsibility for managing the affiliated campuses. It's sort of a hallmark of management responsibility and authority and control to have responsibility and authority with respect to allocation of resources and funds. And so we've technically, at least, withdrawn that authority by virtue of this change. And I think it invites a further conversation about perhaps the entire governance structure. I don't want to get into that now. We did commit that we were going to have that conversation sometime, and at some point, I think we committed to that perhaps in September. And I think we need to have that conversation sooner than later. So, thank you.
Thank you. And to piggyback on your comments, I think it really puts our flagship presidents in a precarious situation. of having to allocate some of those funds, and especially as you look at those affiliate campuses when they are, and they do a fabulous job. This is not to comment on any of our leaders, but representing their flagship campus and then having to look out for the best interests of those affiliate campuses as well. Regent Lozar.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner, did I hear you correctly that the responsibility for allocation of the campuses was within OCHI up until 2013? So just from a historical perspective, some of the regents weren't on the board at that time. What prompted that shift back to the campuses?
Madam Chair, Regent Lozar, that is an interesting point in our history. We looked strongly at performance funding starting in 2010. In the process of looking at performance funding, we hired a consultant that would also connect performance funding to the allocation of state dollars as a whole. We test drove a couple different models and approaches to performance funding, and got maybe hung up in the details too much, and as a result we landed in a portion of a model that didn't contain the performance funding portion of it, which was more of the mechanism to just disperse the dollars, and so we moved forward with that. That's a kind of a really brief description of that time period, but I think it accurately reflects what happened.
Okay, Commissioner Christian.
Madam Chair, before we leave these last two items, D and E, and I don't know exactly where this fits, and we won't have this by May, but I think the other thing that I just want to sort of add to the conversation is eventually, as we mature these models and they give you all some guidance and you all give us some input, I think the other leg of this that needs to tie in is something Regent Johnstone has brought up many times, and that is, how does it relate to compensation? And I think at some point, if we're charging tuition and we're allocating based on this model that says, okay, we're at, whether it's 78% of our peers or 100% of our peers, then we also need to look in staff at comp at a model that says, and now we're attempting to compensate at those levels too, because if we're charging at those levels, we should have the funds to compensate at those levels, and I think that's an area where we've lagged, and I think this could help us there too. And I would simply remind all of you, in its maturation, I see those two pieces coming together at some point to help give us guidance on both of those fronts.
Deputy Commissioner, are we ready to move on to the audit section?
Madam Chair, I think before audit, we have an item there on the
Yes.
UM budget and planning update. And I believe President Stearns test drove that for the first time in public. Is going to take the controls here.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner and Madam Chair. I would like at this point to call some of my leadership team to come and sit around me and, of course, be a source of wisdom and protection. Here they are. And this is as good as it gets, not as good as I can get. I will acknowledge that I instill some terrific members of my leadership team, the Vice President for Research, and Paula Short, and Communications, and others are, let's see, Matt Riley. So one of the things, members of the board, that I just have to tell you as your president is the extent to which I shouldn't say startled, but certainly thrilled at the quality of the leadership team that President Engstrom had assembled and that I am now privileged to work with. And that includes, as part of our leadership team, areas in which administration had nothing to do with the selection, but with the faculty, staff, and student leadership. And so we're lucky to have John here too, our chair of our faculty senate. Paul Haber is a wonderful leader of the UFA. Sam is president of ASUM, many of you know, and Jen Zalmer-Kuarsma could not be here today, but I think the commissioner knows and everyone on our campus knows that over the years, sometimes those are, varying levels of engagement by those leaders, but they're terrific right now. So with that, I will tell you first, I do thank you for having the confidence in selecting and appointing me to serve as your president for this year. And I will tell you, there are a couple of funny things that go along with that. I'll just give you a quick example. One day I was, about a month ago, shopping at a convenience store, and the clerk, a young man, looked at me and he said, "Ma'am, I really think you could use some burgundy tips in your hair." And I thought maybe he knew I was connected with the university because of the color reference, and so I said, "Really?" I was just sort of thinking about that. And then I realized maybe he didn't. He was giving me fashion advice. So I said, "Well, do you know that I'm president of the University of Montana?" And he looked at me and said, "No, really?" And I said, "Yes, I am. So burgundy would work really well." And he said, "That's awesome." But he inserted a colorful adjective before the word awesome. But anyway, it was a really fun exchange, and I've had a lot of fun times like that serving in the last 2.5 months as your president. I would like to just also quickly acknowledge something that you probably acknowledged at your January meeting, but that we at the university are very cognizant of the passage of one of the great Montanans in Montana history, and that was George M. Dennison. And if you don't know yet, we will have his celebration of life on May 12th, Friday, May 12th, and working with Jane Dennison for a celebration that is worthy of someone who gave 20 strong leadership years to the university. And I would also give a shout out to my predecessor, Rice Engstrom, a personal friend, who will be honored by our foundation board next week for his great work in philanthropy and so many other areas. And we're glad he and Mary are still in the community, contributing in many ways. So I just wanted to let you know that the leadership of those two individuals, their inaugural commitments, in George's case, to his theme at his inauguration, I'm old, I remember these things, was diversity, community, and excellence. And President Engstrom's commitment was to global leadership initiative among students, faculty, staff, and community for the state of Montana. And last week, sitting with Don Blackadder and others at the Mansfield Asia-Montana Energy Conference with people from all over the world, I thought, the vision, not only of the Mike Mansfields of the world, but of that President Engstrom particularly put forward, which resulted in a major gift from the Franke family for the Global Leadership Initiative, to come here as your president and find these hallmarks and evidence of leadership in place and vibrant and exciting has really been just a privilege for me. I would like to acknowledge my colleagues and what I almost think of as my family around the university system. So many of you here have either, and of course each of you regents have stepped forward in the last couple of months. How can we help? What do you need? Thank you. And my team and I are grateful for that. And so moving along to what we were asked to do today, was to address the enrollment situation, budget alignment, and strategic planning. And so we will touch on those. We realize we're standing between lunch, and we will be crisp, but I do really express our appreciation for this opportunity. I don't think I have to introduce our team, so I'll just show about 3 slides and ask each of them to address an item or two on there and try to leave time for you to ask us questions. But before I do that, let me just say, and I hope I remember to say it again at the summary, I think I wake up every morning and go to bed every night with the sense that in your hands and in my hands, we are holding the legacy and the future of a great university, and one that has been in turmoil. The legacy and the future of a great university is what I believe you have asked me to devote this year to, and I'm doing it without burgundy tips, but with every fiber of my energy. And so is my leadership team. We take this incredibly seriously. So I was going to distract just for a minute to, do you all know that Siri Smiley is my niece? I talk about family, and she's the beloved daughter of my little sister Margie, and I just, before I forget, I want to give a special shout out to Siri Smiley, who I watched every step of the way since she was born. She did have the, I hate to say this about her, she has had the bad sense, she and Greg, to plan their wedding on the day that the Montana Grizzlies play at the University of Washington. My son considers this a complete terrible error in judgment in an otherwise very wise young woman, but we will forgive her and we will be at the wedding. No, we won't be with the Grizzlies. Okay, colleagues, let's move on to, yeah, you're welcome. Was that TMI? No, it was okay, right? Look at her, I hope she's blushing. That was my intent, but she's pretty poised, she's probably not blushing. We have been using a cover phrase of Forward 125 for a project management team to help guide what we're doing this year, pulling together the kind of groups that President Cruzado described: a budget council, a planning council, the assessment and accreditation council. In fact, I think, Paul, you could move up to our Olympic circles and you can see working title, because we hope to move forward this year, not sit still. That's what I promised many of you as individuals, and certainly Clay when he offered this position to me, or twisted my arm, or whatever verb you want to use, that we would move forward and we would figure out a way to integrate all of what we're doing. The Budget Committee under the chair of Mike Reed, the Strategic Planning Council under the chair of Brock Tessman, Enrollment Management and Student Affairs, and all that has to do with retention under the leadership of Vice President Crady. The work of prioritization, and that, just that little part of the university that has to do with academic excellence that's under the leadership of Provost Beverly Edmond. And then to do it in a way, and they asked if they could speak to this, and I'm proud that they want to do it in a way that is really meaningful shared governance with faculty and students. So we'll touch on all those things moving along. The first thing that we were asked to touch upon was enrollment. So I hereby ask my vice presidents and deans to do as I say, not as I do, and that is to be really brief. So on enrollment, we have Vice President Crady to give it an update there. Thank you.
Thank you, President Stearns. Regent Albrecht and Tuss. Button, right. Try that again. Can everybody hear me? Sorry about that. Chair Albrecht and Tuss and members of the board. It's great to be here. I've been here now 6 months and 1 week, so I'm very pleased. It's been a great experience. What I've been doing is we worked out what we call phase 1 of our enrollment initiatives, which I talked about at the last meeting, which included sending out over 37,000 applications to our top markets, new markets around the country. We enrolled in what was called the Raise Me Scholarship Program for micro scholarships, where students go to a website called raiseme.com and enter in grades. You can get $10 for an A. You can do that beginning in the 9th grade, and then you can use that money all the way up until your senior year, but it can only be used at U of M. We have 10,000 students signed up for that program right now. We had to cut off the seniors because we get to a point where we can't process them. So that's our first year with that. I think applications are looking good. The only concern I have about applications is in California, and they announced recently that there would be some free tuition in San Francisco. And so we, according to our consultants and every other dean of admission I know, they're down in California. In addition to that, we had lots of processing issues. We're in beta testing for being completely paperless on our campus. When I arrived in June, we were 2 months behind in application processing. Our processing is now 48 hours, so we've made significant progress there. As of yesterday, we launched 40,000 additional invites to apply to students around the country. We call that Phase B. Phase C will go in later, but I'm not going to talk about that because we haven't released it yet. So we're on track with all the initiatives that I put into place. They're simply what you do in an admission office and what we do in a financial aid office. I've done an extensive analysis of our pricing and our cost in our top markets. And if you look at our in-state cost, we're in the ballpark of where we should be. But if you look at our out-of-state costs, we're about 77th around our contiguous states, which means 77 schools are cheaper than we are. And through the use of scholarships and so on, we're working to address that issue. So I'm going to stop there because there are other people who are going to speak. Mike?
Thank you.
Madam Chair, would you want to take questions at the end and let our folks roll through?
Sure, that'd be great.
Okay.
Great.
Budget alignment, I think, if it was next.
So I'll go ahead and still sit if that's okay. But Chair Albrecht, members of the board, thank you. The first thing I want to address is our current fiscal year 17. And in the November meeting, I mentioned that we were on target to have a balanced budget. Our revenues looked like they were going to be coming in as budgeted. And I'm happy to report at this point that our revenues have come in. We've been able to meet the revenue budget. The only shortfall we've had has been in the 6 mil levy, and we're working as an institution to make sure that we have the ability to absorb that. We still have some challenges this year, largely working with the departments and the campus to make sure that we're living within the allocations that we've been given. But we've been working very closely with the departments and sharpening some of the controls and things that we have in the budget office to make sure that we're able to do that. But we certainly feel confident that we're going to be able to end the fiscal year for FY17 as budgeted and as authorized. With that, I would say, though, we would expect to be coming back probably at the next meeting to request an increase in the spending authority to compensate for the adjustment in the increased revenue for tuition and also some of the support we've received for enrollment initiatives. Looking forward to FY18, fiscal year 18 is going to be an interesting challenge for the university. We're really going to have to look at this as a transition year as we set ourselves up for FY19. As you can see on the slide on the screen, we have currently about 81% of our institution is expenditures are tied up in personnel, that's salaries, benefits, and otherwise. That's down about 2% from where we were back in November. So we've been making headway on turning that in the right direction it needs to go. But the reality is the institution is just overstaffed given the revenue sources that we have right now. And we're doing everything we can to start driving that a different direction. Through the transition period in FY18, our goal is to see that below 80%. We have a target of trying to see that get to 78%. Additionally, as I said, we're trying to set ourselves up for FY19. Hopefully by FY19 we can be on track to be closer to a 75% personnel ratio. So those are some targets that we've set as an institution. To do that, we have two other metrics that we're really trying to balance. Currently, our student to faculty ratios are about 16-1 for this current fiscal year. Given the enrollment projections for fiscal year 18, that number could slip downwards, and our goal is to maintain that at least at a 16-1 and start seeing that move forward. So by fiscal year 19, we start seeing that move up. Ultimately, the current strategic goal is to see that at an 18-1 student to faculty ratio. And coupled with that, we've attached our staff, and staff is also need to be adjusted as well as our faculty lines, and that's coupled at a 1.4-to-1 staff to faculty ratio. So basically, as our enrollment increases or decreases, our staff need to adjust accordingly. And so we're putting some benchmarks in place that will tie that. Moving the staff ratio isn't quite as difficult. We have pretty quick turnover. We have for our classified staff about a 20% turnover per year. For our professional staff, that's up about 27-28%, and that's really the area that we need to be targeting. So there's a fair amount of turnover in those areas where attrition is a valuable target and a good practice to use for that. Faculty turnover is much lower, under 10%, and so there's going to have to be a lot more time and challenge to be able to make those adjustments strategically. And that's where we're looking at some things, entertaining possibilities of looking at early retirement incentives or other opportunities we have to strategically realign the faculty. But again, there's not a heavy turnover there, and it's so specific in the expertise that you need in those lines that it's just not as easy to adjust. And so that's where I think moving that target is going to take some time, and we fully expect to see several years, but we are trying to get that to an 18-to-1 ratio where we feel is more in line with our peers. So with that, those are the goals to try to, again, really transition in FY18 with a hope that we're able to be on target there and start seeing those metrics be used to drive the institution and move us forward so that we're able to make sure that we have a sustainable budget moving forward. Thank you.
We'll take questions at the end. Go ahead.
Next, you'll hear an update on our strategic planning. I think all of you know that one of the great gifts that President Engstrom gave to us was to appoint, I think, one of the best committees or councils I've ever encountered, and that is the University of Montana Strategic Planning Coordinating Council. Please make time today, and he'll urge you to do this as well, to look at their gallery that we assembled with the help of Dean Bingham's staff in terms of their way to get even additional commitment and input from the university community and beyond into what their research and work has accomplished. And I'll just have to tell you, Dean Tessman, that I really think your title for that is one I may steal for the whole university, and that that's the name of the gallery out there, but it's called Creating Change Together. Creating change together. And I think it's not only what he and the council have been leading, but what our shared governance folks will speak to in a moment as well.
Thank you, President Stearns, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm here on behalf of the entire Strategic Planning Coordinating Council. I oftentimes have the privilege of being the one to stand up and talk about our process and the outcomes that we'll achieve. But in reality, there are 14 others that are quite literally meeting right now in order to put the finishing touches on our plan, and they're the ones that are really pushing this plan forward. Given the limited time I have here today, I would encourage you to accept President Stearns' invitation. I'd echo that invitation. Please do take a minute or two to browse our Creating Change Together gallery. We have a website, umt.edu/strategy, that also has a kind of treasure trove of information. And of course, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have myself. 3 really quick items that I'd want to address. First, what can this strategic plan, given our April 1st delivery date, do to inform some of the immediate issues that are in front of the University of Montana? And whether it's helping to clarify our identity and our points of distinction in order to assist with recruitment and enrollment, to help offer guidance to the budget alignment and university prioritization process, I think that the strategic plan is a wonderful guide. And it's simply that, but I think it's a wonderful and important guide. As we think about the presidential search, and in fact the presidential search committee, I would hope that at least our strategic plan can be a tool for the presidential search committee and perhaps for the new president that the committee selects. At best, I think that it's a tremendous gift. What we have is a comprehensive, current analysis of where we're at as a university and where we'd like to head. And so I'm proud of the timing of this product as much as I'm proud of the content. The second item I want to address, and you can see the slide on the screen right now. how did we get to where we are, and what can we all expect as this plan is delivered on April 1st? Just some basic points on that. We decided from the get-go that we would be as aggressive as possible in terms of our outreach and listening efforts. And I've lost track of the number of points of engagement, but it's something on the order of 4,000 or 5,000 different points of engagement on campus, off campus, across the state, across the region. And that is the raw material, along with all of our existing strategic statements, that's informed this plan. So we took all of that outreach, all of those inputs, and then we spent considerable time as a committee analyzing those data, analyzing those inputs in order to identify a tentative vision, in order to identify some foundational principles, and more recently, as you could see in the Creating Change gallery, a set of kind of hypothetical strategies. And we intentionally designed these strategies to be a bit provocative, a bit bold, in order to stimulate discussion and get people thinking about the 3 or 4 most pressing strategic opportunities that we have at the University of Montana. And that's what will form the cornerstone of our plan. 3 or 4 strategic initiatives. We'll outline the objectives that those initiatives will help us accomplish. We'll outline how we seek to measure the effectiveness of those initiatives and our implementation plan. I think the last point I'd want to make is about what might distinguish this plan from a traditional strategic plan. And I've spoken a little bit about the vastness of our outreach efforts. And I think the extent of those efforts, the fact that it's largely a grassroots set of outreach efforts is one point of distinction. A second point of distinction, and this is important, this will be a plan that has teeth. Let me tell you what I mean by that. I would like for us, all the way from the university president to a dean to a department chair, to have guidance on how to take $1 bill that cannot be ripped in half or into 6 different pieces and decide whether to put it to this side of the table, that side of the table. Have some specific guidance that allows our leaders on campus to make informed decisions and to have units connect with the university's larger mission. So I think that's a second point of distinction. The third point of distinction is important because it will shape expectations. What will this plan look like? This is meant to be an agile platform for growth. It is not a plan that it will be titled 2027. It is not going to sit there for 10 years and gather dust on a bookshelf. It is going to be agile and adaptable. There'll be constant assessment. President Cruzado, this morning you said that the MSU strategic plan is updated monthly. A part of me, and it's not a small part of me, wants to say we're going to update our plan bi-weekly. That is, that's not.
You're hired.
Yeah. That's not, in fact, what I'll commit to, but the point is still valid. This will be not just a living plan, but a vibrant plan, and I think that's what our entire committee is dedicated to. So I'll just conclude by saying that our SPCC, the Coordinating Council, has 3 values: inclusivity, transparency, and recommendations that are data informed. We've upheld those values. We've met those values. I can say that confidently. And I'm proud of that. Short story given the nature of this audience. As part of our outreach efforts, we went to great lengths to look off campus. We did a tremendous amount of outreach on campus, students, staff, faculty, administrators, but off campus. Last summer, starting with surveys of business and community leaders around the state. We've surveyed rural leaders, tribal leaders. We visited with the Million Cups group in Missoula. The Missoula City Council is stopping by to chat with us soon. The outreach has been incredibly extensive, and the data we've gathered from those external stakeholders, cornerstone of our plan. But the most important thing we learned through all of that outreach is that there is a veritable army of supporters out there that is eager and inspired to translate the great tradition of the University of Montana into an even greater future. And it's been so exciting to see that, and I'm so excited to deliver the plan and to hear feedback and to use this as we plot our course over the next year, 3, 5. So thanks very much.
And I know that we're eager to ask all 3 of these questions, but I really think it's critical that you hear from our, if I'm, also with such great examples of brevity from our two of our shared governance leaders who are here, able to be here today, and that's John and Sam. If you would comment.
Chair Albrecht, members of the board, I'd first like to thank President Stearns for including our shared governance bodies in today's update, and I thank the committee for making time on the agenda. The shared governance bodies of the University of Montana, Missoula have affirmed through a series of resolutions that whatever path forward aligns the UM budget to a head count of 11,000 students, we will participate in the manner laid out in our collective bargaining agreements. To put that less formally, we understand that the University of Montana has fixed costs that keep the lights on. We know UM must reconcile current operations to our fiscal reality with the ultimate goal of providing that incoming administration with a mechanism for growth in fiscal year 2020 and beyond. But part of keeping the lights on at UM is maintaining our core values, including access to comprehensive liberal arts education and professional training that we offer and meet the needs of all Montanans. In our deliberations as a faculty senate, there was support for the proposed conservative headcount and a process of rapid response. That said, some faculty senators opposed moving too quickly. Many expressed their desire for more time to conduct a longer self-study and reorganization. Regardless, whatever form and whatever timelines, prioritization, or reorganization ultimately utilize, its value will be in its transparency. We must plan for the future, stabilize our institution, and revitalize our core programs. Shared governance is a crucial part of the legitimacy of that process. We must be strategic and avoid the quick-cutting exercises that have happened so often in the past, going back as far as the 1970s. Opportunism is neither conservative nor strategic when faced with such a daunting task. Just look at the success of our previously discontinued and recently revived Communicative Sciences and Disorders program at the university. We look forward to continued open communication with the administration, the commissioner's office, and the board. We need to hear, this is what we intend to do, how we intend to do it, and why. We know it will be a difficult process, and we understand there may be pain. The goal of shared governance is to guide the administration towards the metrics and qualitative measures that are important to our campus and that will ultimately lead to a stronger, more vibrant university. These difficult decisions require thoughtful and thorough investigation conducted in the light for the good of our university and our state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'd like to reiterate those thanks, of course, to President Stearns and all of you for giving me and other shared governance leadership the opportunity to speak to you today. We at UM, one of our greatest strengths is the deeply engaged student leadership that we have, well beyond myself and outside of ASUM itself as well. Among those, we have student leaders who have been convening weekly for the past 5 months or so, ever since terms like program prioritization first entered our vernacular with an MUS workshop that was hosted on our campus, and have been looking with clear, open eyes at the budgetary realities that we're discussing here for our university, and those are stark. We've examined other examples of this at other campuses, how it's played out at our own campus in decades past, and we are prepared and earnest to take part in that process as a part of it, not before and not after, but throughout that process. And I've been incredibly happy and pleased with how engaging the administration has been, be it through continued cabinet engagement or through all of the Olympic circles that you had on the screen just moments ago. As Deputy Commissioner Trevor's presentation conveys, the cost of these shortfalls and these major changes are largely borne by students, whether it be in the cost of tuition or in the size of classes that may change or in the length of lines. And for those reasons, among others, not just because we are invested not just for the 4 years that we are enrolled and not just in the cost of tuition that we pay, but because these degrees are the degrees that we'll carry with us for the rest of our lives. And for those reasons, we hope that not only will shared governance, ASUM faculty, Senate staff, Senate serve as an asset to our constituents who need a venue for their voices to be part of these processes, but also to you and to the administration and President Stearns as we're carrying out these processes, so that we can serve to make sure that the information is not only disseminated among students, faculty, and staff, and that our voices are included in the process, but that they have the legitimacy to which Chair DeBoer just referred. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. And just to conclude, and then we'll stand for questions, I would like to say that I guess the words program prioritization have not been spoken very often, but that is embedded and runs through everything you hear us saying. We are positioning ourselves for this year to go forward in our 125th anniversary year to make decisions transparently, but also not to dawdle. We do not have time to do that. And that's why the full engagement and commitment of the shared governance leaders means so much to us, because it is there, they've seen our numbers, and they know that this is a challenge, but it's a huge opportunity for the university to renew itself in very positive ways, to invest, not just cut. So yes, you heard them use the word stark and pain, and yet they're also, you can hear their optimism. You can hear it, you can feel it, I can. And that is what brings me to work every day, quite honestly, ready for the challenge, because it will be hard. And we will figure out the platform for growth that several have mentioned here to enable us to have a really great situation for the new president to step in and present his or her vision and to build on what we have, the groundwork we have laid, but not to just drag things out. So that's our challenge, is to be both fast and yet smart and deliberate at the same time in these next, 8 months that I'm president. And we're not going to slow down for a day, not even during the summer. Now, that makes a few people nervous, but they know that I mean it. So we stand for questions.
Thank you. And Dean Tessman, I just want to thank you for your work on the plan. I know that as a member of the Missoula community that the transparency, the engagement has been refreshing and welcomed, especially for folks who have been more in opposition. Now you've suggested that instead of oppose, they propose, and that is, as we know, a lot more constructive. So I feel that there is truly a vibe that is moving towards a hopeful solution moving forward. And I thank you for your efforts, in addition to being Dean of the Honors College and being a parent, doing all of these, making these efforts so much of a priority. I'm going to go ahead and open this up for questions from the board. Chair Tuss.
Thank you, Regent Albrecht. Thank you for this great presentation. I too can feel the optimism. I really can, and so that's good. I also want to thank you for reaching out to this board. I very much appreciated being part of this strategic planning process when I got the phone call to get my perspective on the future of the University of Montana, and I know on behalf of this entire board we all appreciated that. Vice President Crady, I've got some questions for you concerning recruitment, and it has to do with some of the conversation that we had this morning, and two in particular. I automatically assume that if tuition goes up, recruitment gets more difficult. I would like to have just your 30,000-foot view. You've been in the recruitment business for a very long time. The relationship between what we may or may not do on tuition in the future and recruitment efforts at the University of Montana. I'd also like to get your perspective on one of the bullet items that we talked briefly about this morning, and that's the potential of kind of some system-wide recruitment efforts. I'm still honestly trying to get my head around what that may look like. And if you have any perspective on that or thoughts about that, I sure would appreciate it.
Sure. That's great. So there is always a very strong relationship between tuition increases and enrollment. Families today have never been more price sensitive than ever before. And we notice that certainly in the private college world, where tuition comprehensive fee was in excess of $50,000 a year. At a small, when you're at an institution like the University of Montana, what's most important to me is to make sure that we don't, from my point of view, have differential pricing between the same type of institutions within the state. I think that that's a problem because it confuses students. And then if you look at what we do for the price tier in your junior year and it goes up, it's kind of a surprise for families no matter how many times we talk about it. And so any way that we can work with that would be great. But we also have to look at fees. And I think fees are different between institutions. Now, some institutions will, we have fees on our campus that are actually in the budget of other institutions and not considered a fee. So however we try to equalize that, it's very important for us to pay attention to it. Now, the pricing situation, no matter what, in-state, because family income has really not increased over the past 10 years, and my fear is that if it gets too far away from us, we're going to gap families. And what that means is that we cannot meet 100% of demonstrated need or meet them even halfway to pay the cost of tuition and fees within the state. And if, in the state of Montana, if the average family income is $46,000 a year, you can immediately see the problem that we have with families. Families turn to loan. They turn to other means. We have students who are working more than 20 to 30 hours a week. And that, I go back to President Cruzato's point, we need to get students to graduate in 4 years, without question. And when you have those stresses on families, they're not going to graduate in 4 years because they have to pay the extra tuition. So from my point of view, it's always a great idea to keep, I call it comp fee. It would be tuition and fees in the state to keep them as low as possible, without question. In terms of savings around the state and ways to look at maybe consolidating some things, so every one of us in the college and university arena in the admissions area, we all buy the same names, but we buy them separately. Each institution spends $15,000 to $20,000 for our first year in-state names. Why don't we consolidate that? And I'm not talking about out-of-state, because those are our competitive markets. I don't want to tell everywhere I'm buying my out-of-state names because it gives away my strategies. But if we were to consolidate in-state names, we might get a better price than going out and buying them separately. Does that help?
Okay. Regent Sheehy, unless you had a follow-up? Okay, Regent Sheehy.
My question was for you, too. Actually, it was more of a comment.
Sure.
I don't know, Vice President Crady, were you here for the previous discussion about tuition decision points?
Yes.
I want to say again to my fellow board members how important I think it is that we get the information that Vice President Crady has about enrollment and tuition and the effect on it worked into those discussions, and that we, as the people who are eventually going to have to set the decision points, hear it firsthand. I do feel that's very important, as much as I understand how much work OCHI is doing. I think that I know that there's ongoing work at MSU as well, but you've probably done the most recent dial down on tuition and its
Correct.
effect.
Well, I assume I have. I don't know. I mean, yeah. I look at it every day. So, yeah.
So I don't want to add another job to your plate, but we have to access that information in coming up with our policy decisions that are going to go into the future. And I also just wanted to congratulate you on your 6 months in Montana and tell you that your first winter is about 2/3 over.
That's what I've heard, and actually, it feels like a Minnesota winter to me. But and we did sell our house. That's good. I was going to make one point that I think is really important. So we look very carefully at, based on a family's income, from low income to high income and low academic ability to high academic ability to determine exactly how much merit-based aid it will take to persuade that student to enroll. And we use step regression models to do that. We're very sophisticated. And it's something that is very, very important. You know, when there are overstatements in the press, it hurts us. So if they hear 21%, for example, you know, what I worry about as an enrollment person is people are going to go out of state. And so what we want to do is make sure that, you know, that we try to really have a good discussion about it, but make sure we don't let that get away from us, because students will go out of state.
Yeah.
That's my biggest fear.
I have one more.
Go ahead.
And my last comment is for President Stearns. I want to thank you for this, and all of you for this too. I agree with your final comments that the tone is right. I don't feel panic. What I hear from your group and everybody on your campus in the last couple of months is a deliberative urgency. And I am so thankful for the thoughtfulness and the deliberation and the urgency as well. So thank you so much, all of you, for bringing this to us.
Hear, hear. Regent Nystuen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. President Stearns, thank you and your team for very insightful. We head to lunch with a much better feeling about the direction where your campus is going and beyond. My question really is to Dr. Crady. About 9 months ago, we heard about you. We heard about all the great things that you could bring to the University of Montana. We call it the secret sauce. You've got the magic to do that. So, but nevertheless, one of the questions I asked. Yeah, one of the questions I asked Dr. Engstrom is, okay, in light of all the budget challenges and knowing that it's not an endless bit of money and resources, will you assure us that Dr. Crady will have all the resources he needs to affect change, and to, whether it's using the technology, using your systems, to be able to change the mindsets of how students are viewed, incoming students, and so forth? And I guess along those lines I guess I'd be a strong advocate for the university system moving forward with a consolidated effort for lists and programs and ways to reach out. So my question is kind of pointed. You got what you need to do the job.
I am pleased to announce that I do currently have what I need to do the job. Without question. You know, I do want to mention one thing that I did fail to mention before. As we move forward, and one of the things that I inherited were differential class sizes. So first year class, second year class, third year class, and seniors are all different. We're going to have 700 more seniors graduate than we enrolled last fall. So don't be surprised if we see an overall enrollment drop, but my goal is to stabilize the first year class. But right now, I do have what I need to employ the strategies that I've employed. There are many more strategies that I would like to employ that I will need additional money for at some point. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Follow up.
Go ahead.
Two other things. The next one has to do with, you know, one of the areas is we've spent our morning wrestling with the idea of reduced funding and the potential for tuition increases and so forth would be, where are we in the accreditation cycle with the University of Montana from the standpoint of, the last thing I would like as a region is surprises relating to, well, we would have been able to not have that as an accreditation issue if only we had the money. Those are, I think, the hallmarks of our institutions is maintaining incredible quality, high quality standards, including the accreditation piece. And is there any potential risk for accreditation challenges as a result of our budget issues?
Madam Chair, Regent Nystuen, that's an excellent question. And without jumping back to the Olympic circles, one of them had to do with accreditation and assessment. And I did mean to mention, so I'm so glad you reminded me, this is our 7-year look-see, an examination by the Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities. And we have submitted to them our report, and it will be coming to you as well. And we have both the provost and Nathan Lindsay, who is, we are one of 3 universities, kind of in a pilot project of a Northwest accreditation. They are aware of and pleased with what we're doing at the university, and they have also properly asked questions. When you have this kind of leadership change and these kinds of, you know, exposure in the press, they said, would you explain a little bit more? And when we come for our site visit on a 7-year cycle, which they will do on May 1st and 2nd, and we hope that several of you can be involved, that they will ask for a little additional information. How are we doing in holistically addressing our challenges and bringing to bear resources through realignment toward our opportunities? Did you want to just add a second to that, Provost Edmond?
Yes, just one comment. A part of the demonstration project is that we provide extensive information on the degree to which we can provide documentation of the assessment of student learning. And we are very pleased with the quality of data and assessment that we have been providing to them. And the feedback that we have gotten is that they are very pleased with that. So I think it's also helped us to do some of the things that we think are very important, which is to focus our efforts in our academic programs and our administrative services to ensure our students are learning. And so this has allowed us to zero in on that, and we're doing that. And I thank my colleague, Nathan Lindsay, who's providing leadership for that.
Thank you. I have a question, if I may. Vice President Reed, I want to make sure you have an opportunity here to speak. As we know, attrition and some of these retirement incentives are wonderful opportunities in this environment of looking at the budget. How, and maybe you might not be the person to answer this, but how do you address, say, an attrition issue of somebody who's leaving from an area that is really experiencing growth, or an area that you are seeing growth? I know that when you are trying to really decrease certain areas, that can also become a point of contention when you really need more resources and FTEs in that area, and you're losing folks and you're not backfilling them. Can somebody speak to that?
Yes, thanks, Chair Albrecht.
Strategically.
Thank you, Chair Albrecht, members of the board. So again, I think, the institution, you have to look at it really in two different components. You certainly have the academic side, where if a faculty member leaves in a program that's growing and dynamic and you need that expertise in there, you may still have to fill that position. And so that's where, with a low turnover and the demand in some of those programs, it takes a long time to make significant adjustments in academic areas. When you look at the staff side more, where again, a much higher turnover, 20 to 27%, depending on those type of positions, you have a lot more turnover. And if, let's say, for example, we had a position in enrollment management, an area that we're really trying to support and grow, if a vacancy occurs there, some of the methodologies you could use maybe to not hire from an outside position. So, for example, you do an internal search and you allow a position maybe in an area that's less critical, eliminate that position and allow that position to be filled in enrollment management. So it really requires a lot of coordination within the university, breaking down the silos and making sure that you're putting the resources where you really need to go. And the biggest challenge we have right now is just not bringing in and hiring additional personnel unless they're very strategic. And that's one of the things I think we've put in place, is with President Stearns to oversee any approvals of any general fund positions, making sure that these positions are really where they need to be and that we're not just replacing positions just because they're vacated.
Regent Nystuen.
Thank you for allowing me to have the mic for another question here. So Missoula College is ready to open here soon. What are you going to do to fill it up?
Well, Dean O'Brien is smiling and could answer it. We dedicate it, I believe, this spring, and the first class enrolls in the fall, this summer, actually. And I don't think we've been worried about the enrollment in that for Missoula College, which has not, declined substantially. But would you like to just add to that, Dean O'Brien?
Thank you, President Stearns, Madam Chair, Regent Nystuen. I think the building itself is gaining a great deal of attention on two-year education statewide, not just in Missoula. And we are very proud to be hosting April 3rd and 4th the NACEP conference, the National Conference for dual credit, the Western region. Amy Williams has been an instrumental part of that coordination as well. But we are planning a dedication in September for that building. But our faculty have really shifted gears as far as identifying themselves as recruiters and not solely relying on our admissions office. But that, I think that's kind of been the fundamental shift. Thank you.
Regent Lozar.
Thank you. Just to follow up on some comments from Vice President Reed, the strategy makes sense in terms of staff turnover and identifying how you might use a position perhaps in an area where there is growth. I think that generally makes sense to all of us, and it's probably something that maybe the university hasn't done well in the past, I might assume. So I'm curious about how you're changing the process across these silos to strategically identify strategies on looking at a position, aligning it with growth areas, or removing a position, and kind of what that looks like on the day-to-day, because I think that's really the most important aspect of what you're talking about. So if you could share a little about that process and things that you might be looking at changing.
Sure. Thank you, Regent Lozar, Madam Chair, members of the board. It's kind of basically the devil's in the details. And institutionally, I think one of the challenges is just the management of operations and budgets have been so decentralized at the University of Montana. So people really have kind of been operating in their own strategic initiatives, their own priorities. And so I think as we kind of look at the institution as a whole, we look at the new strategic plan and the priorities that are going to be coming out of that, it's really aligning the whole institution so that we all know where we're going, we're all working towards the same end goal. And so there's a lot of work to do. And we're talking about enhancing, developing, and creating a new culture at the University of Montana that really can support and understand the strategic mission and what we're doing. The other piece to that is really working very collaboratively as a leadership team, and that's one of the things that President Stern's really working hard is trying to make sure that we're all communicating, that we understand where our priorities are. I don't think there's any doubt on the campus right now that we know we've got to address the enrollment and the challenges that we're seeing there, and so a lot of support and initiatives and efforts are being placed to make sure that we have those resources with Vice President Crady and in those areas. And so, I certainly have the challenges in my own operation where I have my staff saying, hey, we need to replace this position or we have these needs. But at the end of the day, I have to look at that and say, is that going to help us with our key area right now? So I think a lot of it is creating the culture, really understanding and really developing a culture that believes in and buys into those strategic initiatives, because ultimately that's what's going to drive those decisions. So I think that's part of the reason where I say when we're looking at fiscal year 2018, it isn't something that we can do immediately. I can't say that we're going to have everything lined up between now and fiscal 2018, but we know where we're going. We understand what the indicators are that we want to hit, and so it's a matter of saying, look, over the next year, our decisions have to be tied to these outcomes and to these strategic initiatives so that we can start making decisions that really bring that result. So it's really going to be a transformative year over fiscal 2018 to build that culture.
And let me also add that on the academic side, when I met with this body in November, the question about academic program and service prioritization was asked, and we indicated we were planning to go forward with that. At that time, we thought we had a pace of accomplishment that was a little bit more extended. Once we began to get into the realities of our fiscal picture and some of the other challenges of enrollment and other things that we all needed to bring together, we recognized that we needed to recalibrate that, which we've done, and through our engagement with the shared governance groups. So for the academic side, and to get very specific, so when we have faculty vacancies and we make a determination as to whether or not to fill that vacancy or not, it needs to be done as a part of a prioritization so that we do it very strategically and not opportunistically, such that we're making decisions that strengthen our areas that we have identified collectively as our priorities, and then those decisions will be made accordingly. So this is all bringing this all together, and we are committed to to working very, very strategically and very quickly to align ourselves in terms of program priorities with our budget realities, but in a timeline that allows us to be sure that we can offer and continue to offer high-quality academic programs.
Thank you, Provost Edmond, and we are grateful that you have elected to stick around despite the weather that is a little different than your southern experience. At this point, we're going to need to move into lunch so we can experience interaction with the students, but I just want to take the opportunity to thank you all. This is such an important conversation, an important update. Thank you, President Stearns, for your leadership. Thank you all for your clear investment in this critical process as where we are with the University of Montana and our future. Chair Tuss.
Thank you. We are now at lunchtime. So the plan is we, I believe, have 1 hour scheduled for lunch. Is that correct?
Hour and 15 minutes. Let's do an hour.
Not quite an hour, right? No, 1 hour and 15 minutes. So let's
do an hour.
Let's do an hour because we're
behind.
half the schedule behind.
So let's be back here at 1:30. We are a little bit behind, and then we will proceed with the rest of the budget committee meeting. Okay, let's do that. Thank you.
reconvene in 2 minutes. Please take your seats. We are about to begin.
Please begin to take your seats. Please begin to take your seats. We will start momentarily.
Should we do it now?
No, yeah, go ahead.
We defer to a vice president or not, but instead of having each vice president walk when everyone is...
You ready? Reconvene.
Wait, I just figured out there was salt. I'm going to need some salt.
Yeah, I'm with you.
We will now reconvene the meeting, and prior to going back into session with our budget committee, I'm going to turn the microphone over very briefly to Dean Bingham. Dean Bingham?
Thank you, Chair Tust. We remembered last time you were here, we had a couple of regents and presidents who had a Cheeto fetish, so I think we're hoping to feed that a little bit to those of you and keep you happy. But today is, we want you to know, is Popcorn Lovers Day. And so we have put together a little popcorn for you. And at your tables, there are different types of seasonings that you can put on there. I think there's cheddar and bacon and all kinds of stuff. So you may want to try that, pass that around a little bit, and we'll keep you awake for the meeting the rest of the afternoon. So we hope you enjoy that. And in about 10 minutes, there'll be plenty of popcorn for everybody else here on campus.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, can I just say thank you so much? This is absolutely fantastic. The attention to detail of Dean Bingham and his whole staff is amazing. And then just one recommendation, the way you do this, you have to mix them up. You take a little bit of popcorn and it goes inside there, you shake it. You're going to be a very happy person. Thank you.
The following demonstration was made possible by Montana State University.
I know these are really important topics, but can we get back to the budget?
Regent Albrecht, I'm going to turn the gavel over to you.
Okay.
Get back to our coloring.
Yeah. Give me some control back. Okay, now moving on, I would like to reconvene the Budget Audit and Enterprise Risk Committee, and I'll send this back to Deputy Commissioner Tyler Trevor, and we are on the point of the agenda of the audit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll take the first item. Real quickly here, titled Workforce Data Performance Audit. This was the audit, performance audit we received. You received a presentation on this approximately a year ago. The recommendations were that, well, first, they compared the efficiency and administrative costs of MSU and U of M to our peers. We've alluded to that quite often during this legislative session because the results came out such that, by and large, MSU and U of M operate more efficiently than their peers. After that portion of the audit, there was also directed recommendations for the university system on how we handle HR data and our ability to collect it centrally and use it in a manner connected to our budget and reporting process. This ultimately culminated in action on the university system's part to develop an HR data warehouse. I'm just following up on that to say we've done that. I've reported it to the auditors. We have a functioning warehouse. It's uploaded, it receives uploads monthly. We're working with an HR data task force comprised of HR directors and data folk to create new system reports on HR and connect those reports with our budgeting process that we are accustomed to seeing in September. So you will hear more on this as we work on those operating budgets and our operating budget metrics. This is just an information item here to let you know that we've made progress and we've turned in those results to our auditors.
Regent Johnstone.
Thank you, Chair. One question. I thought in the context of maybe some discussions over the last 12 to 24 months, there were concerns about our ability to comply with some federal laws relative to health care and other matters. I can't remember the details. Does this advance us relative to that? Are we now in a position where we're comfortable or we're making progress? Can you comment on that?
Madam Chair, Regent Johnstone, two parts to that answer. Yes, it does, but also most of those have been suspended. The implementation hasn't happened. So even the ones we thought were going to happen in October got delayed, and they're probably likely on permanent delay at this point.
Madam Chair, I'd move to audit items B through J and ask that Frida Hauser, our Director of Fiscal Affairs, come up to address those.
Thank you. These are our regular recurring financial audits that we have done every year, and I'm happy to report all these audits are clean opinions, and they do not contain any instances of non-compliance or internal control deficiencies that rise to the level of reporting required under the governmental auditing standards. So that's what I have on those. As a matter of process, these audits come into our office and I review them, and so if there's any issues, we work on those right away.
Regent Johnstone.
You anticipated me. Huh? Is there any formal action that we need to take? Are we accepting the audits? Are we approving the audits? What?
Madam Chair, Regent Johnstone, I believe our policy requires us to report them to you.
Okay.
Duly reported.
Okay. But we're not required to take any action to accept them?
No.
Thank you.
Information only. Any other questions for Ms. Hauser? Okay, moving on. Thank you.
Madam Chair, next we have two updates, reports, presentations from Ron Muffick, the first one on shared services and the next one on enterprise risk.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, members of the board, as Deputy Commissioner just mentioned, this item is the shared services update. It's an update on the activities and the progress that we've made with the shared services initiative since the November board meeting. We came out of the November board meeting with three next steps. One was form a task force, system-wide task force with representation from all campuses. Second one was identify areas of potential shared services, and the third one was make progress on implementing on 3 or 4 shared services. I'm happy to report that in this update, we're confirming that we've done all 3 of those. So following the board meeting in November, we formed the task force. As I said, we've met every Friday since the beginning of January to discuss, as I mentioned, governance. We've discussed guiding principles and what we're really talking about with shared services. So you have 3 items that are attached to this, to item A here. Attachment 1 is the guiding principles document, which describes the scope and the focus of the initiative and the governance of the task force, with the overarching goal of promoting collaboration between campuses through a shared services approach designed to identify and promote efficiencies in services and to reduce the cost of operations. So really, this is through a collaborative effort between the Commissioner's office and the campuses. So that's detailed in that document. I'm not going to go through it. If you have any questions, certainly happy to address those, obviously. Second that came of these attached documents is a list of potential areas of shared services. We've identified over 20 items. We're going to, over the next 2 months, and come to you back in the May meeting, we are going to place these items, prioritize them as a short term, which is 1 year, a medium term, 1 to 3 years, or long term, over 3 years. So we're going to take these, prioritize them. We're going to look at feasibility. We're going to look at cost of all of these efforts. And then the third item is a detailed summary of 3 immediate focus areas. When we left the board meeting in November, I said we're going to come out back here in March and we're going to have 3 or 4 items that we've identified and that we are in the process of implementing. These 3 items, number 1 is a procurement efficiencies initiative. A second one is an improved compliance through the Maxient software collaboration. A lot of our, almost all of our campuses use Maxient software for student conduct and federal reporting. We're going to develop best practices and make sure that we get that ironed out, and also look at the contracts and try and come up with one contract rather than numerous contracts throughout the system. So that one kind of almost plays into the procurement efficiencies as well. And then the third one is a collaboration with the academic side of the house and the international side of the house as far as its employment-based immigration processing. We put together a work group. As you can see the representation there, we have from MSU, U of M, and Montana Tech, where we are looking at efficiencies in processing H-1B visas for staff. And that one we've actually already made significant progress on. We've gone out for a limited solicitation to have legal firms from across the country who specialize in this field take some of the risk off our plate and take some of the, a large portion of the work off our plate as well. We're looking at sharing an FTE between MSU and U of M and Tech. Previously we had a half a FTE allocated at both of those campuses. We're looking at maybe a 0.1 or a 0.2 FTE now, along with the contract with the legal firm. So we're seeing some efficiencies and savings immediately out of that one. So another thing we're doing is we're also putting together, we're in the process of putting together an inventory of what's currently being shared in the system. There's quite a bit of sharing that goes on between the flagships and the affiliates, and we need to do a better job here of defining what's currently out there and helping us with a roadmap as we move forward. Kind of, you gotta know where you're going before you, or know where you are before you know what you have to fix or where you're going. I think we can do a better job of advising the board of a lot of these shared services that are going on already. I think 2 good examples of those is the library services, the Trails project, where libraries across the state collaborated to capitalize on economies of scale for purchasing materials such as subscriptions. They're able to share collections and databases. They've saved, and savings maybe isn't the right word here, but the list costs that have been avoided were $1.6 million in the first 6 months of this contract. Nobody really pays list for them, and the publishers don't let you really know what everyone else is paying, but if the savings off of the list would be $1.6 million to this point. And that's something that was already going on. The shared service is already going on. The librarians deserve a lot of credit for that. The second one that I'd like to highlight is a joint food services contract that was bid between U of M and MSU and includes all affiliates. The total contract cost is $9 to $10 million range, and we expect better pricing due to the size of the account. And so if you're looking at, even if you have a 1% savings due to the economies of scale, you're talking about $100,000 right there just through the bidding process. So those are two real good examples. We're also seeing a lot of crossover with enterprise risk. As we've gone through shared services, we were identifying some things about compliance in particular that we're maybe a little short on in some areas. So we see some benefits there of an enterprise risk and shared services collaborating as we move forward, and I'll talk about that a little bit more in the enterprise risk update. So next steps here as we move forward, we're going to work on the immediate three areas: the procurement efficiencies, the Maxient software collaboration, and then the immigration H-1B processing. We're going to finalize the inventory of what's currently being shared and try and figure out, there's a lot of sharing at the affiliate from the flagship to the affiliate level. And can we take that the next step? Is that something that we can do at one campus for everybody or at one central location for everybody? But we have to do some pencil to paper, so to speak, in order to figure out if that is worth going through that process. And then, as I mentioned, we're going to prioritize the list of potential shared services. We're going to do the short-term, medium-term, long-term, and come out with a plan that we can show to the board, to the commissioner, to the campuses, and say, okay, here's our plan. We think we can do this in year 1. We can do this in year 3. We can do 1 to 3, and we can do this at 3+. One of the things that we struggle with is some of these big ones, like a single instance of Banner or a single enterprise, there's a lot of costs associated with that. And so we have to try and figure out and balance, okay, how much money do you have to spend to save? And so those are some of the things that we would work on in the next couple months and look to the board for additional guidance on that. So that ends my report. Certainly stand for any questions that anyone has.
Thanks so much, Ron. I just want to say that I'm thrilled to hear this because this has been and continues to be a priority for the Board of Regents, and certainly with the scale across the state of Montana and across our institutions, we do have an opportunity here for efficiencies and cost savings. And I also think that, hopefully you've seen the opportunity to even negotiate with the scale as well. Has that been the case?
Madam Chair, it's a little early to say that we've seen it already, personally from the Shared Services Group, but obviously from the food services bid, certainly, and from the library, certainly, and we expect that going forward. We also experienced it, I did personally, when we negotiated the EverFi contract for the Haven, Alcohol ADU, and Transit for those products. We saved a significant amount of money by basically negotiating as one.
Thank you for your efforts in this, and I would just encourage you, and I think I can speak on behalf of all of us, that we want you to move forward on this, and that I understand you have to prioritize to ensure that you're addressing those areas of shared services in the most effective way, but that list looks like something that I would love for you to see tackle the entire thing. But I know it's an elephant and you got to do one bite at a time. So thank you for your efforts. Other questions? Regent Berkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just add to that the time is now. If you go back for a little project I've been working on for school, I've been looking at the restructured documents of 1994. And if you go back to those original documents, a lot of what then Commissioner Jeffrey Breaker proposes for the creation of greater integration within the Montana University system is for shared services. Now, for whatever reason, I don't think a lot of those came to fruition. But here we are in the context of also looming, potentially decreased support from the state. So the time really is now to look at these shared services and what we can do to consolidate.
Thank you. Regent Johnstone.
Thank you. I'm not a big advocate of using outside consultants, but I wonder if this is an area where a couple of questions, I guess. One, are there some resources from some of the associations that we belong to, higher education associations, that could have some best practices here? Have we consulted with any other system-wide university higher education entities with respect to how they've dealt with this. I think if we haven't, I guess I would encourage you to at least think about that. Consult with, find out how they've addressed these, because I suspect that we don't have to learn everything new. I think other organizations have done some of this work as well. So,
Madam Chair, Regent Johnstone, I've done a fair amount of research related to this. I have spoken with one organization, Chasey Partners, I believe is who they were. They worked with the Iowa University system in addressing this same shared services initiative with Iowa, also with Cal Davis. And so, yeah, I have taken a look at that. I do think they're very expensive, I'll tell you that. I believe it was like 1.5 million is what they charged Iowa just to kind of come up with a plan. I did have some conversations with them and kind of, threw out some ballparks with them, like, what can you do for us for, $500,000, that kind of thing. And while it was pretty limited, I think it was something that I've got in the back of my head that we can continue to look at. And their expertise is obviously very valuable. So yeah, I have taken a look at those. I think it's something that, if I've gotten some guidance from the board that, yeah, we want to move in that direction, I certainly am willing to pull the trigger on that.
If there's no other question, Chair Tuss.
Thank you, Regent Albrecht. I just want to underscore what Regent Berge had to say. I think it's very important that we do this right now. We're facing some very difficult decisions in this system, and I think we owe it to the students and the families and the citizens of Montana to do everything that we possibly can prior to making those decisions to know that we're on the right path toward making sure that shared services make sense and that we're treating every single dollar as we should be. So thank you for your effort with this. Keep it up.
Thank you, Chair Tuss. Just to let you know, the task force, we do have a sense of urgency. We've had these conversations related to what the budget looks like and that we need to become more efficient and more effective. And everyone understands that on the group, and we certainly appreciate your comments, and we will move forward with that.
Thanks so much. Okay. If we have no other questions, I'd like to move to the consent agenda. Or
Madam Chair, I believe Mr. Muffick has one more update for us related
actually,
to
I would love to
enterprise
hear
risk.
from you about the enterprise risk management plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have one update, or an update. This one might be a little longer than this one I just completed, so bear with me on that. I'm operating here with cheaters for the first time in front of the board meeting, so bear with me. You turn 50 and you just go to pot, I guess, So the purpose of this presentation is to describe the plan for addressing enterprise risk. We've listened to your comments at the January meeting in particular regarding enterprise risk. We believe that we've developed a plan here to address risk management in the manner that you, the board, have directed us. One that ensures that we as a system are identifying and addressing potential risks and define expectations that we have for campuses and for the system office. The plan is that we're going to implement a system-wide enterprise risk management plan where the Commissioner's Office will provide a framework to campuses to follow and include annual reporting requirements. The presentation that I'm going to go through defines enterprise risk management just so that we're all on the same page. The expectations that we have states that we at OCHI will define the enterprise risk management structure, the risk types that we want to look at, the functional areas, and that will facilitate campuses' participation through hosting quarterly meetings and facilitating any kind of compliance help that we can provide. The presentation defines enterprise risk management and discusses it broadly, but the way I envision this working is between now and the May board meeting, we'll develop a formal, coordinated, collaborative, and intentional plan for enterprise risk management, which will include a guide for campuses. And I think that's the big change here. Before we've had committees where we've talked about this, and I'll talk about this more in the presentation, but we've gone and identified specific things that we wanted to address, whereas this plan is going to be much more of a global approach to it and a formal, intentional approach to managing risk and addressing risk in a holistic manner. And this presentation is really the first step to implementing that plan and laying out our expectations. So not to be too elementary here, but what is enterprise risk management? What is risk? Risk is the effect of uncertainty on objectives, and I even like a better definition of, or it's an event or condition that can negatively affect the ability to achieve objectives. And then risk management is a coordinated set of activities and methods that are used to direct and control challenges or threats to achieving an organizational goals or objectives. Then enterprise risk management, and what I'm getting at here is it's much more of a holistic approach. It's an enterprise-wide, strategically aligned portfolio view of organizational challenges, which will provide better insight on how to prioritize resources and to ensure successful mission delivery. So it's really the holistic approach. And even the next slide here, it defines it even more, because you might have some people that say, oh, we're already addressing risk. We have internal controls in place. And as you see from the slide, risk management is typically directed at a project or a program. It's not really at the whole enterprise level. And it's a coordinated activities to direct and control an organization with regard to risk at the program project level. Internal controls, a process affected by an entity's oversight body, by management or other personnel that provides reasonable assurances the objectives of an entity will be achieved. So that's internal controls. That's typically more fiscal, the way people view that. But enterprise risk management, the key here, as I said, it's agency-wide or system-wide or campus-wide. It's a global view. You're addressing it holistically rather than in silos. Next page, if you will. So, not to diminish what we have, because we do have risk management professionals on the campuses, and as I said, we've historically worked with campuses to identify, assess, and mitigate specific risks. You might remember 15 passenger vans was an issue because of the liability. We had some new Title IX policies and use of state vehicles. Those were specific concepts that came up and were addressed as a system. But we have not provided guidelines and a framework to implement enterprise risk. And the enterprise risk model on the next page kind of helps get you there. This is a graphic representation, obviously, that shows that enterprise risk management is a continual process. It's got numerous influences involved in it. It provides specific steps to address these. So you establish context, you identify the risks, analyze and evaluate, develop alternatives, respond and mitigate the risks, monitor and review, and continually risk assessment. And and then the other rings on there talk about the different types of risk and the different partners and players that you'd have involved in your whole risk assessment. So on the next slide, Enterprise Risk Management Plan, as I've stated, we will develop at the Commissioner's Office a coordinated, collaborative, and intentional plan. And OCHI itself will also be looking at this from a system level. We're going to have campuses. We'll implement an enterprise risk management with a holistic view in response to risk. So each campus will be following the plan, but then the Commissioner's Office itself will be following the plan as well, especially with input, obviously, from board members. We'll define the enterprise risk management structure, the risk types, and the functional areas to assess for risk. As we implement, we'll host quarterly meetings with the Commissioner's Office, minimal of quarterly meetings, to discuss the enterprise risk and provide leadership. We'll have campuses designate someone to be responsible for enterprise risk management. We want to make sure that that somebody is accountable on the campus for following through with this project. Campuses will follow the ERM process described by OCHI and approved by the board, including developing a risk inventory, risk assessment, and then we'll have an annual report brought to or provided from campuses to the Commissioner's Office, Board of Regents. And the next slide, I think we could just skip over that one. That's the established context, identify risks. I already kind of covered that. The ERM, or the risk types, sorry. There's different types: strategic, compliance, credit. I'm not going to read the whole list to you, but these are the type of risks that we put together through research, through, as Regent Johnstone mentioned in the last presentation I was just doing, we've looked at AGB, we've looked at other higher education institutions, we've looked at the federal government and the type of risks that they recommend you look at. The North Dakota system, I've looked at them a fair amount as well. And these are the type of risks that have been recommended that you look at in higher ed. The functional areas on the next slide, I won't read those as well, but these are all the functional areas that will be looked at. There's no shortage of risk in higher ed. As you can see, there's 16 different areas here that we want to address. It's a tough balance, because we want to make sure that we're looking at risk and we're covering all our bases, but we don't want to get to the point where we have got a 100-page risk assessment document that no one reads that sits on the shelf. So we're going to, in my plan moving forward, and I'll get to the next steps, is we're going to sit down and we're going to kind of flesh these out a little bit and see, okay, what ones do we want to focus on first here? There's a whole whole industry, a whole discipline where you go to take these risks and you look at it on kind of what's the likelihood of it happening, what risk as far as the damage that's done, and you got to kind of prioritize those based on that. A lot of these might be a low risk and a low issue, so you don't want to spend a whole lot of time looking at those. You want to assess them and move on, and that's something I hope we'll be able to do with the groups that I'll put together here moving forward. So on the next slide, next steps, I'm kind of touching on this here. We'll form an enterprise risk management work group similar to what we did with shared services, probably some of the same people, composed of campus and OCHI staff. We're going to look at an enterprise risk assessment plan for the Montana University system will be completed and presented to you at the Regent meeting in May. Then, by assuming that you guys move forward with that, by July 1, we will convene a system-wide meeting to roll out the plan with the guidance and the expectations. And then moving forward, enterprise risk and shared services, we are going to work and coordinate and collaborate extensively moving forward. Our bottom line is that our ERM plan will include a framework and a process that guides and assists campuses. But we'll also provide the system office and the Board of Regents with connection and input as we work through this process. It's a continuous process. It's not a one-and-done kind of thing. And I would assume that's probably why it's part of the name of this committee moving forward. That ends my report. Certainly willing to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. And I would just like to thank Regent Nicetoon, who really brought this to light. And I appreciate you moving forward on it so quickly and putting a framework in place so that we can move forward and see what implementation looks like. And it is a critical area for our institutions. Any other questions or comments? Oh, Regent, I'm sorry. Regent Sheehy, and then Regent Lothar.
Ron, one thing I didn't see in here is insurance. One of the ways to deal with risk is to insure against it. Is there any component of this that has to do with insurance?
Madam Chair, Regent Sheehy, absolutely. It's one of the ways of dealing with your risk. You pass it on to somebody else, so that will absolutely be included in this.
Regent Lothar.
Thank you. And Director Muffick, thank you for leading this effort. It's really, really important to the system. And I know we're early on in the process, and you're doing some due diligence and kind of understanding this field a little more and this discipline a little more. One thing that sort of jumps out at me, and it's an assumption that I'm making, is that when we identify these risks and we start talking about them, that we're going to have some solutions that likely will cost money. So I don't know if in your sort of journey of understanding the discipline, if you learned about some solutions that other systems might be using that have some budget implications to them, and if so, sort of what is the overall plan in terms of planning out our budget and OCHI's budget for FY18 to have some resources to implement the plan starting in July 1st?
Madam Chair, Regent Lothar, I think my short answer to that is shared services. I think shared services, if we follow that process enough, we'll realize some savings and cost savings in different areas for shared services that can then be redeployed towards these kind of things. We've talked about compliance with the shared services group as one, and I think if we are able to, if you have one person that can help with compliance at 5 campuses, we go through this process, and most campuses come up with the same issue. Maybe it's not knowing about federal compliance related to the Clery Act, or maybe it's financial aid, something like that. I think what we'll find, based on my review of North Dakota system, is they were all pretty similar in what they were coming up with for their shortage, and I think the shared services approach is the way to go. We're looking at at least this is kind of in my own mind here, developing a shared services group of people at the Commissioner's office that might have some, right now be working with our Guaranteed Student Loan Program, for example, that we are able to redeploy them over into shared services so that they can provide some of those resources that you're talking about. But as far as a long-term financial plan, I think us being connected to this budget group moving forward and working with Deputy Commissioner Trevor going forward, we'll be able to address that strategically as we work through this process.
Regent Nystuen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick comment that, as you're getting this put together, and thank you for all your work that's going into this endeavor here, is that I hope that we're not delaying the process of observing and managing our cyber risks for the framework of this particular group here. I know that there's plenty going on in various campuses and perhaps at the Commissioner's office, but from the private sector, you cannot believe the incidences of fraud and major hacks going on in our systems these days, some of them coming internally and so forth, and the safeguards that are having to be put in place and the mitigation types of things that are required, including working with insurance companies and so forth. And I probably don't understand the complexities of state insurance and things like that. But as possessors of incredible amounts of information for long periods of time, whether it's financial information, personal information, social security numbers, all the employee records that you've got, potentially health records and so forth. I'm sure it would remind you of what you have at the hospital these days as far as information that could be somehow gone into the wrong hands here. So my just plea to you, an editorial comment would be, don't wait for this framework to get put in place before you really get onto the cyber issues. So thank you.
Deputy Commissioner Tyler Trevor.
Thank you, Madam Fran Albrecht. Regent Chair, sorry. Regent Nystuen, that kind of spurred me to think about or talk about the fact that the university system, along with all state government, is in a statewide cyber insurance consortium, I guess you would say, and that we're all under the umbrella policy. And I believe that it is I wouldn't necessarily say one of a kind in the nation, but the economies of scale that we're receiving by having all of these agencies together is enormously impactful and helpful. So we have a leg up right there.
Regent Sheehy.
I'd throw in that if you're already in a cyber insurance situation, nobody knows risk better than the insurance company that's protecting you against the risk, and they can often be very helpful at the stage you're at in identifying risks and aiding and alleviating those risks so that they don't have to pay up on them. So not only is that something to protect you against risk, but you might, if you're doing insurance for any of these functional areas to assess for risk, talk to your insurance company. They have a lot of information that will help you decrease the risk.
Regent Nystuen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One other quick comment is this becomes woven into the fabric of the Montana University System Enterprise Risk Management is to make sure as we're looking at new programs that there are boxes that need to be completed with identifying potential risks associated with adopting a new XYZ program or a new endeavor on campus is what additional risks come with that, and that needs to be part of the evaluation and the approval process as well, so that it goes with the territory. What's the risk associated with having it? Some might be none, but others might come, and I think that would be important for us as regents and the commissioner to be able to understand those things. So thank you.
Okay, unless there's other questions or... Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Director Muffick. We'll move on to the consent agenda. Are there any items that the committee would like to pull from the consent agenda? Move to the action. Any items? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the action items.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, letter A, item A, is the policy that we talked about earlier under the budget development information item. That is the change of the responsibility for allocating state funds, moving it back to the Commissioner's office rather than to the two presidents of the respective universities. I think we've done quite a bit of talk and review on this item. I'd be glad to answer more questions. As I indicated before, I think this is an absolute critical tool and mechanism to put into place that would ensure that we're able to take into consideration state appropriations and tuition and financial aid collectively together for the 8 institutions of the university system.
Questions on item A? Comments? Okay, seeing none, moving on to item B.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'd ask Frida Hauser to come up and walk through the remainder of the action items.
All right, Madam Chair, members of the board, action item B deals with returning the old Missoula College building back to the Missoula County Public School District. And this was the intent of the agreement when the property was first used 29 years ago for the vocational education. So this is with the intent of that agreement, and attached is the deed, and our Chief Legal Counsel, Viv Hamill, has reviewed those documents, and we think everything's in order here.
Any questions? Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to item C. This is a request from Montana State University Bozeman to replace the artificial turf at Bobcat Stadium. And as we walk through the item, you can see that the turf was last installed in 2008. So this is a maintenance item. It addresses wear and tear and public health issues. And it does talk about the financing, that it would be up to a cost of $625,000 financed over a period of 3 years.
Questions? Regent Lozar.
So going back to, I think the meeting in, it was the meeting in Billings when we discussed the field at University of Montana. If I remember right, that field was $500 or $500,000. Same company. Just curious what the difference is between this proposed expense item and the field at the University of Montana. I might be a question for you, President Cruzado.
I think I would like to call Terry Lees to provide additional information. In the meantime, please remember that University of Montana was able to take advantage of a situation whereby a high school was also replacing the turf, and they received a much better rate for that. But with that, Terry.
Vice President Lees.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Regent Lozar. Yeah, so that question is correct. Partially, there's also some additional information. So we have a sort of a warning track around our turf as well that I don't believe that the University of Montana has or didn't need to replace at this time. But we're doing both in this case, and that's just slightly over $100,000 for that. So with that, and there's a little contingency in here. We're confident we can get that right at about $600,000 for the two. Okay. So, but any other questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Regent Sheehy.
It sounds like you're paying $25,000 for a good bounce. Is there a deal in here so that the balls bounce in the right way at the right time?
Madam Chair and Regent Sheehy, if we can buy a good bounce, we'll take advantage of that.
Any other questions for Vice President Lees? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item D.
All right. Madam Chair, members of the board, this is a request from University of Montana, Missoula to replace the video board that hangs in the center of the Dahlberg Arena. And you can see the cost estimate there in the project. It's projected to cost up to $850,000, and it is to be financed with private donations.
Any questions for this item?
Okay. Moving on to item E, this is brought by MSU Billings, and this is a request for authorization to sell 3 residential properties that are currently within their property acquisition zones and part of their master plan. In accordance with board policy, the properties have been appraised, and the bids that have been received equal the appraised value or exceed the appraised value. And so we'd recommend approval of those.
Questions on this item? Seeing none, item F.
All right. This is a request brought by Montana State University, Gallatin College, and this is to enter into some new classroom space, and they are proposing to lease approximately 16,712 square feet of space so that they can properly house the number of students that they have. The lease rate is competitive for the rates in Bozeman, and finding classroom space can often be challenging in Bozeman, but the current price is running right around the market value of between $14 to $18 a square foot. So we feel that this is a good deal for Bozeman, and it's brought before you as an action item because it is a new space and expanding for Gallatin College.
Regent Johnstone.
I have no objection to this item, but it raises the question, I think, long-term, what are we going to do with respect to space needs for Gallatin College in Bozeman? And I assume that part of your long-range planning is to work on that issue.
President Cruzado.
Yes. Madam Chair, Regent Johnstone, you are absolutely right. The growth of Gallatin College MSU is one of the most important things that we continue to pay attention to. At this moment, by the needs that we are trying to satisfy, we are spread almost all over the city. We have offerings in our main campus. We used to be in the high school, on this property on Frontage Road, and also at the airport. So what we see in the horizon is that the time will come for us to come together with a consolidated approach to Gallatin College MSU so that we can continue to meet the needs of Gallatin County and Park County as well.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item?
Madam Chair, I think on item G, we'll go to our Chief Legal Counsel, Viv Hamill.
Yes. Item G is our policy revision for the naming of property programs and interior spaces. And as our legal counsel, Viv Hamill, comes forward, I would just like to thank Regent Sheehy for her work on this. I was also part of this process, and Sam Forstag also participated as well as all of the foundation leaders throughout the institutions. Viv, go ahead and kick us off.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Regents. As you know, we've had this working group for months meeting, and we've met with and had phone conversations with all of the foundation directors participating as we beat up the policy, rewrote it, and tinkered with it for the last several months. We did have a version of this at the last Regent meeting. This is we've upgraded this quite a bit and made some wordsmithing changes to it as well. Primarily, what we've done in Section 2 is try and define interior and exterior space much better so we know what we're talking about, because we were often guessing under the last policy. The policy that had been in place for years was a page and a paragraph, and this is 2 pages and a little bit more. So we're really trying to make it a lot more functional. The heart of the changes are in Section 3. Those are the big changes where we've tried to clarify that when we do name property after someone, a generous donor, we want to know what the term is. Twice since I've been with the Commissioner's office, Clay has handed me some agreements, 2 of them in particular, and asked me, what the term is a gift in perpetuity, or does it end at some time? And I've had to say, it's a little gray. So we want to make sure that gets spelled out well, particularly when the gift is in perpetuity. We need to know that. We need to know when the gift does end. The other major changes in Section 3 are defining when elected officials who are in a campaign cycle will be able to have a building named after them, when current employees, once they've left the institution, there's a one-year waiting period, will be able to have a building named after them. There are some exceptions, of course, for different circumstances to those rules that are in 2E. We've also talked about the size of the gift, the economics of a gift, in terms of if we're building a building or remodeling, that we want to know about the ongoing costs as part of the equation, or you want to know about the ongoing costs as part of the equation. I'm not good with money, so don't ask me about that. I'm in charge of no money at home. We've talked about most importantly, about public meetings. And the notice to the public so they can participate when a building is going to be named after someone. And then the final section is Section 4 about the campus's involvement and the institution's role in their campus policies that you'll want to see to supplement our policies. And that's the gist of the heart of the policy. I don't know if Regent Sheehy or Madam Chair want to comment further, since you were the real brains behind this policy.
Go ahead, Regent Sheehy.
This has been thoroughly vetted by the foundations. We had lots of calls and one in-person meeting, and you'll notice that this is much different than the one you saw at the last meeting. And that was a compromise. They had a different idea than we had, and it was a better idea. And so it's organized differently than the last one you saw. And I think that while sometimes there are too many cooks, this was just right. Lots of really hard work, people throwing their ideas out there and having them be willing to be cut out of the document, put back into the document. It went back and forth. I didn't get everything I originally thought I wanted in this policy when I started working on the committee, and that was a good thing. I thought it all worked out in a way that I think we got what we need, so that the naming opportunities are honorific and not big firecrackers that kind of might blow up. We have enough notice provision in here now and different provisions that I think this is going to work out well, and the foundations seem to think that it's helpful and not prohibitive.
And I would add that, again, it required that the foundations come to consensus in agreement to, again, my biggest concern from philanthropy was ensuring that there were not unintended consequences that would really put in barriers to really prohibit the appeal of private donations. And that was not the intent. It was to create some structure there. I think it's also important to say that with any policy, it's critical that if we choose to act on this tomorrow, that we choose to look at it even in a year to see how it's working. Because certainly, if there's something that we have not considered that has negative implications, we need to take a look at that. And so I would encourage the campuses, the foundations, to bring those forward as to ensure that we're looking at this clearly for its intended purposes. The other aspect is the fact that this is intended to be an umbrella policy. So the foundations will also have their own policies for their foundations that will be in more detail to guide their particular campuses. Is that accurate?
Absolutely.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Regent Johnstone and then Tess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I assume this is prospective. It doesn't apply to any existing gifts. Is there, and maybe it's in here and I just missed it, is there a requirement that the provisions of this policy be incorporated into the contracts that we enter into with donors when those contracts are entered into?
No. We originally had that in there, and it met with some strong opposition. The board, because the contract is between the foundation and the donor, we got into some areas of how much we want to put in our policy that reaches into that relationship. That being said, the terms of this are available to anyone. I would suspect that anyone giving a substantial sum of money would be interested in looking at what the board policy was. But we decided not to require it to be attached to the contracts between donors and the foundation.
And not even to require that there be a cross-reference in the contract to this policy, notwithstanding that our position is that this policy applies to and governs those contracts?
It's not required. We've left it to the foundations to make sure that their contracts comply with this. But that, Bill, that was one of the issues that we talked about. And there was, I would say, significant opposition to including that in there.
And the onus is on the foundations to refer to this umbrella policy per se to ensure that that complies.
Okay.
Regent Nystuen.
Thank you, Madam
I'm
Chair.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Regent Tuss, you were next in line. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm tripping over a sentence here, and so if somebody can help me out, it's in section E, and it's how it begins, the whole paragraph. Property and programs requiring board approval may not be named or dedicated in honor of a person currently employed by the MUS or the state of Montana, comma, including but not limited to statewide or federal elected or appointed officials. But there's no connection between federal elected and appointed officials and the earlier part of the sentence in terms of the federal government. Is it meant to be like that?
Yes. Well,
Let me put it this
Am I missing something here?
Actually, that or federal, that took a while. The point of this was, when we all discussed this originally, we felt that the thrust of the board's impulse was, we didn't want to get into the situation that there have been in other states where sometimes your federal elected official wants a building named after her in order to get the funding, federal funding. So there's some pressure that's been brought to bear in other states for federal elected officials tied to some federal funding issues, or that seems to be the case. Anyway, we did want this to apply to federal while they're still in position for that 1 year. So we added in the federal elected or appointed. Obviously, they're not.
But shouldn't federal government be part of the earlier part of that sentence?
There's a lack of agreement.
I mean, I don't want to
In the
nitpick this
sentence.
at the board table, but and I apologize for doing that.
Oh,
but
no, feel free.
But it appears that if we're going to say what we're saying there, and I completely understand what you're saying, Regent Sheehy, shouldn't it be employed by the MUS or the state of Montana or the federal government, comma, including but not limited to statewide, et cetera, et cetera?
It could be. I have no objection to that, amending it.
Do you understand what I'm
I do.
getting at here?
And that could be part
And
of
I'm
a
sorry,
motion.
it's a technical point.
Part of a motion if you approve to adopt the policy to amend it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. You had the same question? Okay. Good thing we got a couple of attorneys here, too. Regent Lozar.
Thank you. I had a question, too, on that same sentence. If there was any conversation within the group in defining what a statewide elected position is that the 6 primary elected statewide positions? Is it all positions that appear on our state ballot? Where does it start and where does it stop? Where was that conversation had within the group?
Not really, except that that was the term. That was the term we came up with in hopes of expressing a statewide as opposed to a local official.
We were primarily thinking about Regent Lozar, Superintendent of Public Instruction, the Governor's Office, Secretary of State, Attorney General, Insurance Commissioner, and the congressionals. We didn't want it to be the school board folks or, local elections of any kind.
Is there a better way to say that?
Well, I was just curious because we have PSC, we have some judges that are statewide as well, so I wasn't sure what the boundaries and the parameters are on that. I'd hate to have our foundations in a situation where they're trying to figure out, can we do this or can we not do this? So it might be something that we define a little further.
Regent Lozar, and to that point, I had thought about that. We didn't put the word in there, but these are partisan statewide elected officials as opposed to judges. And I forget, the PSC I don't think runs by political party, and neither do judges. So I wasn't, in my mind, thinking of nonpartisan elections.
I don't think the PSC is statewide. You represent a region.
That's true. It's regional, yeah.
Regent Johnstone.
Well, we are getting into the details here, but I'm not sure I think it matters whether it's at a partisan election. I thought the purpose of this was to prevent the influence of an election through the giving of a gift. And if it's a judge, whether it's partisan or not, you can still have that same impact. So I don't think partisanship matters. I think whether it's statewide or not may matter. But.
I thought it applied to judges that are statewide.
So we have an ambiguity.
Regent Nystuen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is probably directed to the CEOs, and let's just say this policy had been in place for 6, 7, 8 years. Would there have been any of the major gifts that you had received in that period of time, had this policy been in place, that maybe those gifts wouldn't have occurred because it was too restrictive? That there's some heartburn in here that it would they would not have funded that gift, or looking ahead with what's in your hopper of potential gifts coming down the line, we approve this tomorrow, and all of a sudden that takes the opportunity or diminishes the opportunity for this some of these gifts away. So.
Chancellor Black, oh, sorry.
Chancellor Blackketter.
Chancellor Blackketter.
I'm smiling because if this had been in effect 150 years ago, there'd be no moral halls on all the land grant schools. Just as an example, that was part of the land granting in 1863 and even in some of the enabling acts that followed. So you would not have an elected official that may have supported. I think you have to be real careful. And I think I probably won't influence the wording of this any, but I would really encourage, and I thank you, Regent Albrecht, for saying you would review that at some point and maybe come back and make an assessment of those kinds of situations that we would have on campus. That's probably a good next step and probably something that you can't answer just sort of on the spur of the moment. But I think you need to look at it because as I wade into this, the philanthropic side of things, it's a very personal thing. And when people spend large sums of money to support something, I think you have to be very respectful of that. And I'm not always sure public hearings do that. And we may find out that it's a damper as we move forward. And as we look at our efforts to get long-range building plan money from the state, getting support in large sums from our donors and friends is going to be a really important part. So I just caution and I say I would really respectfully request that you come back and put it on the calendar to look at, even in 6 months or maybe a year. So thank you.
President.
Sure. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you so much for that question, Regent Nystuen. In the aggregate, I think that we would have gotten the majority of the gifts that we have received at Montana State University. But I think that the Chancellor brings up a very, very good point. And I appreciate the guidance provided by the Regents, and I really appreciate your hard effort. But as the Chancellor said, philanthropy is a relationship. It's like leadership. It's based on a relationship. And I have met individuals, let's just say, my first fundraising project was an end zone. And I still remember when I called Commissioner Stearns, asking her, what do you think if we were to do this? That was a small project. You were. Even you were a grizzly. You were. Good. But I want to use this as a gentle reminder to the Regents. That fundraising campaign started with a gift of $1 million that the individual insisted had to be anonymous. And it was thanks to that $1 million when the ball started rolling. The individual in question was not even an alum. So when we talk about relationships, it's important for us to remember, and I know this is what the Regents want to do, but the tone of the policy is very, very important, and I understand that this document reflects a very respectful attitude towards the donor. What I was going to say is, no one has an obligation to give to any of our campuses, not even our alumni. And we have been so blessed because I can look around to colleagues in each of our campuses, and we have incredibly loyal alumni, but we also have friends and benefactors that have zero association, that never stepped in any of our classrooms, and yet they have decided to partner with us. The other part that you will recognize as a banker, these individuals who have been successful in their careers had options. They could have given that money to other things, and that's the part that we need to be careful, right? There are options out there. Or they could decide to continue to invest those dollars. So it's a very uphill battle for us, particularly in times where our state cannot protect our capital investments or our capital needs at the same level of need. It's very important for us to recognize the incredible generosity of those individuals who do not have to give. And that's the part that I want to make sure that we do not forget. There's nothing, there's no contractual agreement when we hand the diploma to our alum that he or she needs to give. So we'll see how this evolves. I hope that the public hearings are conducted in a spirit of respect and acknowledgement about the incredible generosity of these individuals.
Thank you, President Cruzado. And I will say that one of the initial draft, one of the main concerns that the foundations expressed was the tone. And so that was actually scrapped, and that's when we started with something different that was more of in the spirit of welcoming. But your points are well taken.
And if I may add, and I really appreciate that, and that's why I wanted to underline it. At the same time, even when I have been reading the newspaper articles that have been covering this effort, unfortunately, when you read the blog entries, it's very sad, but people who do not understand what the process entails, they reach conclusions that are very, very unfortunate. So I understand that this is the spirit, and that's where we all need to hold hands and walk together and make sure that the people of the state of Montana understand that these individuals are trying to make a very positive impact, a very positive difference in our campuses.
Regent Nystuen, President Stearns.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I concur absolutely with the Chancellor and the President, and I will say that our Foundation CEO gave us a good briefing on it at Cabinet the other day, and so professional and very, quietly said about a couple pieces what you said, Regent Sheehy, that this paragraph really represented a compromise. This paragraph, she said, quote unquote, the Foundation doesn't love, unquote. And so we understand that, but if you even listen, or recall the number of authority-only projects that were mentioned to you either by Deputy Commissioner Trevor, or perhaps it was Commissioner Christian, for the University of Montana campus. Many of those are private, prospective private donations that are, I'm not in any way going to suggest they're at risk, but it's one of the many ways that I think, frankly, President Engstrom was very successful in efforts in philanthropy and building the relationship. And so I guess, making sure that you revisit it in a year to make sure it has not impeded our efforts. I know you really and we studied that. I guess it was just yesterday morning. How time flies. To make sure that it has not gotten in the way of the friendships and the donations that we really, really need.
Thank you. Regent Nystuen?
Just a quick follow-up. From my day job as a banker, we have loan policies, and we make exceptions to them every day by virtue of, mitigating factors, we make good business decisions, and sometimes it's not in accordance with generally accepted policies. And this may be a question for the commissioner. Do we have the capability of, well, we may have a policy here that we could create an exception for, or for the right kind of reasons, make an exception to go ahead and approve something that may be in conflict with what we have here? Is that acceptable,
That's in the
or
policy.
does that create a potential for litigation or opening Pandora's box or anything like that?
Commissioner
Chair,
Christian.
Regent Nystuen, I certainly believe that is covered in the extenuating circumstances, and I think the board has a long precedence of making exceptions to its policies when it thinks it's in the best interest of what issue we're undertaking. So I certainly would feel comfortable in this chair bringing forward to the board something out of line under the extenuating circumstance paragraph if that so existed.
Regent Sheehy?
I want to clarify something. The public notice is already required. So we have to have this public hearing. It's in our old policy, and it's in the Constitution. So we've always acknowledged that we have to have this hearing. What we were trying to do with this document was to take the pressure off of that public hearing by increasing the amount of time of notice, because public comment, the extra hearing in the town, that is meant to give people an actual opportunity to participate so that we can actually hear them. And it also takes the pressure off of a 48-hour notice, people trying to get to a town far away, people getting upset, and having all of this extra onus on the ability to participate. So what this policy does is extends slightly to 2 weeks the time of notice required. But it does not impose a new requirement of a public hearing. That was always required. So we're trying to make it so that donors aren't surprised. To Bill's point about why don't you attach the policy, but we want the foundations and the campuses to understand how we interpret Montana law with respect to what has to happen at that meeting, and we don't want anyone to be surprised. So while originally I think this arose out of a concern that Regents were being surprised, that really wasn't how the working sessions went. We are trying to enhance the experience for the donor so that there are no surprises, that a donor has already come to an agreement, that the Regents find out about 48 hours before it's coming to fruition, and it turns out, lo and behold, the donor has to come to something where there's going to be an outcry. We want everyone to know what has to happen under Montana law. So the only real new thing in this is the paragraph E about the people who are in office and elected officials who are sitting, and the extended notice. Those are really kind of the two main things that are a little bit different from how we were interpreting this before. And the entire preamble language, to talk about the tone a little bit, just so you understand the process we used, we completely scrapped the policy that we originally drafted as board members on the committee, and we completely adopted the foundation language because, as they pointed out, and they were right, we were coming at it from a you may not, we will not, we cannot, you shall not. And they came at it from donors may, and we would appreciate donors giving. And so that all changed. But my main point here is we didn't do anything new with respect to the board meeting. We're trying to make the board meeting understandable to all participants so that there are no surprises as to what's required.
Any other questions or comments? Regent Berkey.
I guess I would just lend my perspective to this as well. And I do want to thank the Presidents and Chancellor Blackketter for your candid response there. That's really informative from my lens. But I understand that, this, beyond the tone of what this policy states, there's also context, right? And we know what that context is. And I just want to make the comment of recognizing the transformative powers that these gifts do impart on our institutions and our students, and just be thankful for them. Now, I support this policy because I think it's a good policy, but I do want to thank, our donors that are out there that continue to give and have given in the past.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Tess?
could I?
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. I just wanted to follow up with Regent Johnstone's first question. He asked about incorporating the language or attaching the policy. To let you know that the discussion with the foundations about not incorporating some of the policy language or attaching it was, they delicately craft those agreements with the donors. And from our discussion, they're well aware that they want to bring a gift agreement forward that complies with our policy and the campus policy. So it was felt that there was no need to attach all this stuff and reincorporate it in those sorts of agreements. And that's where that discussion came from, which, we didn't have any fear that they weren't going to, we'd be in some big conflict situation going down the road. Thank you.
And then I just want to, because it needs to be stated that Regent Nicetoon, we do have that extenuating circumstances exceptions in this policy.
Thank you, and that's what I was curious about. Do we ever do that, or are we just kind of hamstrung by, the policy says this, so that's the way it is, so.
That's why we put that in there.
I don't recall seeing many times, Commissioner, where we said, we're going to step around our policy to make a good reason to do something. So that's why I asked that.
Chair Tuss. Okay, done. Any other questions or comments on this issue? Regent
Just a short
Johnstone.
response to the Chancellor. I actually think we could have named the Morrill Hall after Senator Morrill. He died in 1898, so it fits within the policy.
You can take that offline and debate that later. Any other? Okay. Thank you to our counsel, Viv Hamill, for all your efforts on this. And I think that's our last item. So I think we can adjourn this committee at this point. It's been quite a ride.
It's time for lunch again.
Back to you, Chair Tuss.
Break for lunch right now? We will, thank you for your good effort. We will now go immediately to the next committee that's scheduled to report out today, and that is our Staff and Compensation Committee. And with that, and the change in guard up here at the front table, I will turn the meeting over to Regent Johnstone.
Thank you, Chair Tuss. In the best practice of this committee, we will stay on schedule and perhaps make up most of the time lost by the predecessor committee. So this is the Staff and Compensation Committee. Deputy Commissioner McCray will assist us on this. The first item on the agenda is an information item, a legislative update on the compensation bills. Deputy Commissioner McCray and I have spoken about this. We really think that given the status of the legislative process and the comments that were made earlier, we don't really believe there's anything to be added here, but if anybody has any questions or if the Commissioner would like to make any comments, feel free to do so.
Mr. Chairman, House Bill 13, the Commissioner already gave you an overview in this morning's comments, and it will be heard 2 weeks from today in House Appropriations Committee.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions on that point? On the consent agenda, we have 3 items on the agenda. They all reference emeriti faculty, all at MSU. Would anybody like to move any of those items on the consent agenda to the action items? If not, they'll remain on the consent agenda. We have 3 action items, and I would ask Deputy Commissioner McCray to take us through those.
Mr. Chairman, the first action item is A and B are both individual employment contract action items. So A is the hire and, well, it's partially a hire and it's partially moving from interim to regular status for a coach at Montana State University Billings. And then item B is a revision to an employment contract situation involving additional duties and responsibilities within the Commissioner's office for a staff member and a corresponding compensation adjustment. And item C is one of your typical employee equity interest policy situations. In this case, board approval of this 407 policy would authorize a couple of research faculty members at the University of Montana, Doctors Rao and Patel. You might remember their names if you were involved in the university research initiative tour. They are prolific researchers in the brain injury and neurodegenerative disorders area at UM. Approval of this item would authorize them to enter into an equity interest situation with a private corporation, Glia Diagnostics. So this is one of those classic public-private partnerships that we've learned about in the research initiative. This would benefit the university by allowing for some funding and research and development opportunities in diagnostic and blood-based markers research. Approval of this item would ensure that we comport with statutory and policy provisions that provide for the implementation of a conflict of interest management plan and monitoring of the situation. So those are the proposed action items.
So does any committee member have any questions or comments with respect to any of those three action items, or any other member of the board? Okay. If not, they'll be moved to the agenda for tomorrow. And that concludes the Staff and Compensation Committee. I turn it back to the chair.
Wow.
Regent Johnstone, you are so efficient with your committee. Thank you very much. Let's now take a 15-minute break and be back here at 5 after the hour. Thank you. Wow.
Yes.
Who's doing this?
Who's keeping track? Is Fran keeping track?
What?
Okay, let us reconvene the meeting at this point. And we're now at the agenda item relative to board education related to research centers and institutes. And with that introduction, I will turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Seck for a more formal introduction. Deputy Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This afternoon, Montana University System Director of Research, Janelle Booth, will be joined by the VPRs of Research, Renee Para from MSU and Scott Wittenberg from U of M, to provide the board with an overview and answer to the basic question. And that question is, what are MUS centers and institutes, and how are they different from academic programs? Janelle will begin with a general description of centers and institutes and provide a contrast to academic programs. Basically, thriving research centers and institutes within the MUS reflect the diversity and rigor of their home institutions' research interests and activity, and our system-wide commitment to improving the quality of life in Montana and beyond. As you're aware, academic programs are a collection of courses that lead to a degree or certificate. Janelle will be followed by Scott and Renee, who will provide the Regents with a high-level overview of centers at their respective campuses and a couple of spotlights from each flagship campus. Finally, Janelle will wrap it up with a brief overview of centers that exist at our regional comprehensive campuses. Most importantly, at the end of the presentation, this board will have plenty of time for dialogue and Q&A with the panel. So I'll turn it over to Janelle.
Thank you, and thank you to the committee for having us today. What we're going to do is go through the information fairly quickly so that we have plenty of time for questions from the board after. So, and in addition to the introduction, we're also, as well as giving the overviews of the research centers on each campus, we're going to highlight specific examples of a statewide research institute, as well as a collaborative effort that pulls from the distinct expertise that is in multiple campus research centers. As you can see from the first slide, we're drawing a distinction between these research centers and institutes and the academic programs. In addition to the bullets that are listed, I want to say that the reporting structure also varies for centers, which is what you're going to learn from the following slides. And with that as an introduction, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Wittenberg to start with the UM centers.
So this slide shows the current board-authorized centers and institutes at UM. And there's a couple of points we'd like to make from this slide, and it will be true for the MSU slide as well, as it shows the dates that these centers and institutes were formed. And what you'll see is that on the UM campus, they've been approved from as far back as 1899. And so it may seem like a large number of centers and institutes, but it's been a long period over which they've been established. And all of these are currently active. And later on, I'll talk about on the UM campus how we ensure that the centers and institutes are still active and how we sunset the centers and institutes that aren't. The other thing to see from this slide is the reporting structure for centers and institutes. On our campus, there's a couple that report to the provost, but the majority of them report either to me as the vice president for research or to one of the academic deans.
So following up on what Scott just said, here's a list of the centers and institutes at Montana State University. And again, you'll notice the dates actually span a broad range. The reporting structure is either to Dean, Director of Extension, Vice President of Agriculture, or to my office. The other point that I'd like to make on this slide is that the centers and institutes are very important. In any given year, 30 to 50% of our funding, our research expenditures, is generated through our centers and institutes. And that amounts to about 30 to 50 million, plus or minus a few million, each and every year.
And you'll see on this slide, we have the centers and institutes from the other campuses in the MUS. And these centers are in various stages of activity, from highly active to entering dormancy. I'm going to use Montana Tech as an example of the process for internal reviews of these centers. They've initiated an internal review that they plan to complete this fall. And going forward into this review, there's the understanding that having an official center makes it easier to get research funds through major grants in specific research areas, which is why there's sometimes hesitancy to formally repeal centers that support major mission areas, even if they are in dormancy at the time.
So the next slide shows actually a fairly unique system for Montana, and that is there is a statewide institute, the Institute on Ecosystems, founded by y'all, and sorry, as my southern roots coming out, founded by the Board of Regents in 2011 to manage the NSF EPSCoR, National Science Foundation EPSCoR track. It's actually a Track 1 award. It was $20 million over 5 years. We are currently under review for the next Track 1 award, which will be on the same magnitude. We'll also run at some fashion for the Institute on Ecosystems, and we'll find out about that in April probably. It'll be on the same magnitude. And what you can see from this structure is there are co-directors for that, one from each of the two flagships, and there's good partnership and good involvement from the other system campuses, primarily Montana Tech and MSU Billings, but the other campuses do receive small grants from the granting agency through the Institute on Ecosystems. So I think what this shows is that there is a potential for doing a statewide institute benefiting and bringing collaboration between all the system campuses.
One of our most recent statewide initiatives is a synergy between research centers that's intended to serve our veteran population. And this is a research center collaboration between the Neural Injury Center at UM, the Center for Mental Health Research and Recovery at Montana State University, and the Veterans Administration in Puget Sound, along with the University of Washington. And what we will gain from this synergy is better care for the veterans. They will be able to enlist in clinical trials at the University of Washington and the Puget Sound VA. We will have access to broad VA database, and the veterans will have better follow-up following our the enrollment in this collaboration. Finally, in addition, the study treats the veterans and their whole families as a unit so that they are able to travel together to Seattle with their expenses paid and receive better care while we are able to generate data. So, next one.
The next slide shows an example for a center or an institute in other cases that's very specific to one campus. And so if you look at the centers and institutes, the majority of them have very narrow research focuses and are then therefore on a specific campus, often within a specific college and not even university-wide. So this is our fire center. It has obviously a direct impact on the state. It does both fire and forest management, and it has a number of both national and statewide partners. And two primary things to pull out of this slide is one is that this is another one that is almost exclusively funded off of federal grants and contracts, and so it does not receive, that I'm aware of, state support other than the wonderful MReady funding that we received in the last round for drone fire. And so this is a very interesting project to now apply drones on our campus to look at both fire and forest management. So we're thankful for the funding through the MReady program. Oh, that's right, thanks, it's also mine. Yeah, so we're going to talk about a few of the notable successes, and the details here aren't necessarily important, but what I want to show in this slide is the, I hate to say it, the large dollar figures that are associated with some of these centers and institutes. One of the values, as we mentioned earlier, for centers and institutes is they allow a large number of researchers to collaborate on a given proposal or a given research area. And that's really necessary to bring in these awards that are $20, $30, $40 million to the state. That's very difficult for individual investigators to do that. So one of the values for centers and institutes is to help grow the research enterprise at the campuses and to bring in these large dollar investments, usually federal dollars, and all these are federal dollars, into the state. And I would say it's been successful. Renee, I'm sure we'll talk about on her campus as well. But you know, over the last 3 years, we've grown the research on the UM campus from around 60 million to 90 million. We'll do $90 million worth of research this year. And a large part of that growth is some of these centers and institutes like the CIRI that's mentioned here. And the real value, and I hate to talk too much about the dollars and these things, but because the real value also from that is it helps drive graduate enrollment and undergraduate research. We're up 200 graduate students this spring over last spring. And a large part of that increased enrollment is we're able to fund those positions through the research dollars that we bring in.
I think that this slide might be familiar to a few people in the audience. This is an Montana State University specific center, the Optical Technology Center. And as Scott said, our research centers and institutes have been very successful. And in fact, when you look across the Montana University system, both UM and MSU and affiliated campuses, our research is really doing very, very well. The Montana State University Optics Center really began in the 1980s, and you can see at that inflection point we received some federal grants that recognized the optic industry in Montana, and there's just an exponential growth after that. It's an important part of our local economy. On this slide, you can see the parallel to Scott's slide on the notable successes at the University of Montana. And in addition to generating funding, what I wanted to point out on this slide is that there are other benefits, including academic excellence as illustrated by publications, partnering with companies to allow us to provide jobs for our graduates. And then on the bottom of this slide, you can see that the Western Transportation Institute at Montana State University has now been designated as a top 10 National University Transportation Center. And so we also received some prestige for having our centers and institutes being so widely recognized.
And so if you look at some of the challenges, I like the word opportunities here, regarding centers and institutes, funding and sustainability is always an ongoing issue. As I stated, almost all these centers and institutes are soft money funded. They're funded off of grants and contracts. They do not receive, there's a few, but not too many of them receive state support for their efforts. And it's a challenging environment because as the federal research priorities change, then these centers and institutes easily can become outdated and be following research that really is no longer supported at a federal level. And so it's a challenge for researchers to sort of reinvent themselves and to add new members to those centers and institutes to make sure that they can retain their funding. So sustainability is always an ongoing issue with centers and institutes. There's been some issue in terms of duplication of effort. And so what I want to say there is sort of, I guess, part of the point of what we're saying today is that centers and institutes are really not the same as academic programs. We're not competing for the same set of students. We're competing against other universities around the country for federal dollars, and those dollars are quite large in many cases, and they're a funding opportunity for our faculty on all of our campuses across the system. And so the formation of centers and institutes allows each of these campuses to have an opportunity to compete against other universities in other states for those federal dollars. And sometimes what you'll see in some of the namings of some of these centers and institutes within the state is it may appear that they have some duplication of efforts, but almost always the differences in the faculty are sufficiently large that it actually can lead to collaboration, not for competition. And it gives us an opportunity to broaden the number of people that can compete on these proposals. And that's very necessary because we're going up against universities around the country that in a given area might have 100 faculty members at a given university in a given discipline. And for the University of Montana and MSU and the other campuses to compete, we have to go jointly to many of these opportunities. And so it's important to have this network that appears to be duplication, but have enough centers and institutes that we can actually collaborate and compete on these things. And the last issue on the board is the sunsetting of inactive centers. That is an ongoing issue, like I said, because as federal priorities change, we have to make sure that we do not have a bunch of centers and institutes that are sitting around that really are no longer functional. On the UM campus, the centers and institutes are reviewed on a 5-year cycle, just like academic programs. And so they're reviewed on a cycle that ensures that they're still active, and if they're not active, they are sunsetted. And the MSU campus has the same process for doing reviewing of their centers and institutes.
So I'm very grateful that Scott had to present the challenges and the opportunities, and I get to present the benefits. And the benefits are really self-explanatory here, but the benefits of the research centers and institutes is to one of the major ones is to magnify our research strengths. The second is to create the communities for students, faculty, and staff that are really vibrant and help us, as indicated later on the slide, to enhance faculty recruitment and retention. We also increase our visibility for grant applications. It's much easier to write a grant and indicate that you're a part of a center, an institute, or a larger entity and receive that grant. We can leverage resources across and between universities when we have functional centers, and then provide expertise for mentoring and advising our students, our younger faculty, and our staff.
And with that, that completes our presentation. So I hope we've provided you with enough information to spur some questions from the board.
Thank you. Great presentation. Are there questions from the board? Regent Johnstone?
Oddly enough, huh? Yeah, I had a couple, I guess. First of all, thank you very much. This has been helpful. And I don't know whether my question was part of the reason you did this presentation or not, but I appreciated it. Answered many of my questions. Just 2 or 3 questions about maybe so I better understand it. Do we capture in any of our financial statements the actual annual revenue that we receive from grants? A lot of the financial data that we get, you report to us is you get a big grant and you report the total grant, but in most cases I assume the grant's payable over a few years. And is there any place where we could look and see what the annual revenue from the respective grants is? Or just refer me to it, I can go look it up. But
yeah, and so that is part of our overall research expenditure reporting. And are you asking for specific for each center?
I'd just be interested at, for example, the 2 flagships, in an income statement, how much revenue annually do you derive from the research grants and the other that you're referring to here? But that's available somewhere so we can...
We do report it, and I don't remember the form number, but maybe Clay or...
Yeah, we'll get you a link. There is board policy that requires it be reported every January. Okay. And the annual expenditures, and that shows up somewhere, sort of like those audits as duly reported, but we don't take action on anything else, so we can get you that.
Okay. And then the other question...
Can I just add, excuse me, but one thing I would like to do is provide the entire community in the Montana University system and beyond a report on a year in the life of Montana State University research and scholarship. I think we will be surprised not only about the money, but the impact that we're having. And yet we haven't, at our university, done comprehensive reporting. We generally do highlights, but we're going to initiate comprehensive reporting.
And I'd just be, if I might, Chair, if you could maybe just give me an example. So here's what I'm trying to better understand. So a faculty member or faculty members, whether they're in a center or not, receive a research grant, and they devote some portion of their time in the execution of that grant and some portion of their time in continuing to teach. Can you just walk me through an example of how that might work, how their time, and I'm sure it varies from instance to instance, and then how we allocate that expense and how we compensate the faculty member? That would be useful for me.
Yeah, so when a faculty member puts in a research proposal, it's broken down into at least two major categories. One are the direct costs that are necessary to conduct that research, and then the indirect costs, which are the part that's returned to the institution to help cover the costs of actually conducting the research. And each of the campuses has its indirect cost rate. Ours is 45% on federal grants. And so if somebody puts in a grant with direct costs of $100,000, we actually charge the agency $145,000 to conduct the work, with $45,000 coming back to the institution to cover the costs of actually doing the work. Within the direct costs, if the faculty member wishes to be paid to conduct the work, then they will list their amount of effort within that grant, and then what will be the cost to the funding agency to do the work. And so if they put some time in there, they buy out of that amount of their general fund appropriation. And so someone might put into a grant that they're buying out 1/9 one coursework. That money is actually freed up within the general fund for the university to spend on other things, typically to cover the cost of covering that course, but quite often frees up additional dollars that can be used for other things. Yeah. I'm sorry, Chairman Tuss. The other thing I would like to add is just the ballpark of these numbers. So last year, the indirects, the overhead at the University of Montana, we generated over $10 million worth of indirects. We'll do about $12 million this year. So we're doing renovations of space all over campus. We're doing the startup for the faculty members out of that, the cost match on the proposals. So we use those dollars to make sure that the actual cost of doing research on the campus is actually covered from the research, not from the general fund.
Thank you.
If I look at the income statement, for example, for Montana State University in the audit for last year, it shows items of operating revenue, federal appropriation, federal grants and contracts. Would that embody these, the research grants that we're talking about here in general? Okay. Oh, I can look up there too. Thank you.
And I'd like to add, we do have updated figures. The policy has changed where we're no longer reporting them officially at the meeting, but we have that information that we can send to the board.
Mr. Chair, one additional level of complexity. So as you can see in the chart, actually what we're measuring there is just expenditures, meaning it's not the total grant. So we were talking about the Montana Institute for the Ecosystem. In that case, the state received $25 million. Both universities did. But that did not mean that we received $25 million on year one, right? We received it in installments. But even that's not what we report. What we report is, of the allocation, how much money was spent in a specific period of time. That's the expenditures component.
Regent Albrecht.
You spoke to challenge of duplication. Could you elaborate a little bit more on that and also reflect in some way regarding how our intent to plan and our reconfiguration of the proposals has helped or not with that process?
That's a tougher question. I think a good example on the duplication versus collaboration was the example for the Neural Injury Center and the Mental Health Center at MSU. Because when that first came up, there was a concern that that was an example of two institutions both working in like the BRAIN initiative or in a common area. But what you see from the people working on those two projects is that on the UM side, it's primarily TBI, traumatic brain injury. It is balance and experimental measurements and biochemistry. And on the MSU side is on the mental health side and suicide prevention. And so it's truly, although it sounded like it was going to be a competition between those two, it really is two different aspects that allow collaboration and joint working on projects like we've seen with the Reach Out to the VA.
So I wanted to reiterate something that Scott said earlier, and that is that often we might think the competition is between Montana State University and the University of Montana. But the real competition in getting funds is with other states and other universities, private universities, public universities. It isn't between the two institutions. And faculty are really brilliant about collaborating when there's the opportunity to become a bigger force and compete for funds. But truly in the research arena, it's very unusual to compete within the state. It's much more common to compete across states.
I would just like to add that if there's anything inherent within our structure, et cetera, that could help to further encourage collaboration across these, please advise us. If there's anything inherent that really inhibits collaboration, please let us know. We want to be supportive in this venture, and the more I'm learning about the collaboration that happens across institutions, it's incredibly exciting, and it also is truly a draw for students as far as that the diverse kind of exposure they get across campuses. It's really fantastic.
Thank you. I think the most important thing that we could do is to make sure that people in the public really do understand that research is important and it's an integral part of the mission of the university system.
Additional questions from members of the board? Deputy Commissioner Sack.
Mr. Chair, Regent Albrecht, I just wanted to add to the previous conversation, the new academic program center approval process that this board approved last spring, which includes the intent to plan process, has, in my opinion, across the board, increased system-wide communication among the campuses, frankly, unlike anything I've seen since I've been associated with this system, which goes back to 2002. So it's doing its job and what we intended it to do and what this board intended it to do. So I just wanted to pass that on.
President Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to add, and I think just reinforce what our colleagues have said, but because I know members of the public, or at least some, watch this, and that is to reinforce that the United States of America really conducts its research enterprise through its universities in a dispersed way across the states in ways that a lot of other of our competitor nations in the developed world don't. They'll have central ministries of education, and what I mean. Granted, the federal government has, you know, the National Institutes of Health and the Centers for Disease Control and the National Science Foundation. It has major leaders and foci for research efforts, but they do not by any means, you know, conduct even probably most of the research that is done in this country. And yet, through this very dispersed model, they let, and I actually think there are disadvantages to it and some inefficiencies, but this dispersed model that the U.S. either chose or fell into by default by letting universities, private and public, you know, as Renee described, compete against each other with these brilliant scholars and bringing their entrepreneurial skills to both what maybe the feds have said, this is a need, or else faculty have submitted, this is an opportunity. And combining those has, in many ways, has really served our country well, and I hope it will into the future, in terms of making us a leader in research and development. It is why many of us remain very concerned about the, the funding of science and research on the federal level, because most of it does not stay in the bureaucracy in DC. It goes out to very entrepreneurial and brilliant, generally, faculty members, or like the McLaughlin Institute in Great Falls, you name it, across the country, and I think it's been served our country very well.
Thank you. Additional questions? Regent Berkey.
On the topic of what Commissioner Stearns just hinted to of decentralization versus centralization, could you touch on the reporting structures and why some go up through the Vice President of Research and why others report directly to a dean?
I can explain on our campus. If a center institute involves researchers that fall into disciplines across college boundaries, then it most likely will report to me. And even within that condition, if the Center Institute has a fairly large academic component, then it would probably report to a dean. But typically, if it's a dean, it's because it's a narrowly focused center that the discipline falls within one college.
It is the same at Montana State University, too.
Additional questions? Additional comments? Seeing none? Thank you. Oh, wait, hold on. Regent Berkey.
Well, if we're going to get to the comment stage, I think it would be worthwhile to throw my voice into this. And forgive me if I touch a little bit on my educational philosophy, but I just think research is the core innovation purpose of a university. And so I think it's really important, when we have this discussion regarding centers, to also lend to what do they do, not only for our institutions and the faculty that work for those institutions, but for the students that are also enrolled in those. And I guess I would just address it from a co-curricular learning opportunity for students, because as I would say, it's not enough to have, a sage on the stage telling us what we already know in the textbook, or we can read in a textbook or look up on our phone. What we need are those co-curricular experiences that allow us to engage in research, in service learning, and actually get that opportunities to engage with our stuff that we're learning in the classroom outside in the community. So I would say that's the real value that these centers bring to our universities, and they also lend to, this broader messaging of innovation and our universities being the centers of those innovations.
If I could just follow up on that briefly, as an undergraduate, I attended the University of Wisconsin at Superior, and we did not have research. And so I have felt very strongly that in order to provide the very, very best education to students, that you have to incorporate research into the university system.
President Cruzado.
Just one thing that I'm sure that all of you do recognize. This great presentation has only covered sponsored research.
Yes.
In reality, in each of our campuses, there is a lot of research effort that's going on. And when we talk about providing course releases, in many instances, faculty members do not have a course release. So the research endeavors do not constitute a release, but rather an overload. And they do it. And why do they do it? They do it because of the word that was used this morning, because of that zeal, because of that they want to know, and they just cannot resist, right? The opportunity to continue to expand their knowledge and help students fall in love with their respective areas of discipline. When we talk about dollars and cents, let's make sure that we just don't reduce the magic of research to just that, because there's a lot. And when we talk about duplication of effort, I always remember it was Einstein who said that there are two things that are infinite. One is knowledge, the other one is experience. So I'm less concerned about duplication when we talk about that.
Thank you. Janelle.
And I'd like to make a final comment in regards to Regent Albrecht's concern about duplication, and following up on that with the MReady project. The projects that were funded were selected in part by members of the legislature, by private industry, as well as other board members that are here today. And 2 of those projects were using, again, the Mental Health, TBI, Neural Injury Center, and the Center for Mental Health Research and Recovery, UM, and an MSU center. Both received fundings, both received heavy vetting in this process, and no duplication was seen in that research area. And so just another example of centers with similar missions, but have very specific areas of expertise.
Thank you. Additional questions? Additional comments? Seeing none. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great panel. We are now exactly on time. Thank you. We will now open the floor and the podium to public comment. Is there any public comment? Is there any public comment? We'll have one additional opportunity tomorrow before we adjourn as well. Is there any additional public comment? Oh, I'm sorry, Siri. Please.
This is more of a point of personal privilege since we're going back and forth between the legislature today. But since she outed me as her niece, I want to just take a quick opportunity to thank Sheila for, number one, for stepping up to this challenge. I think the entire, as an alumni and as a representative of the governor and of the state, we are very grateful and that you are in this role and have a lot of confidence in you. And then I also want to just say that not only thank you for that, but for being a wonderful role model and example. For me, I have the great privilege of having some wonderful women in my life, including my mother and my aunts. And hopefully I can say that I've learned something from you all. I certainly have inherited a number of things, including a propensity to get the giggles at inopportune times. And so I'll just put a little bug in folks' ear to ask Sheila about a naming opportunity she had when she was at Wayne State College that led to such a situation. And I'll leave it at that.
Are you guys looking to adopt anybody into your family? After today, I just feel like I need to be part of the Stearns family. Any additional public comment? Any additional public comment? Seeing none, we will move on. We will now, the members of the board are going to go into an executive session. The item on the agenda today requires the board to go into executive session. The meeting will be closed because the discussion relates to a matter of individual privacy, and I've determined that the demands of individual privacy clearly exceed the merits of public disclosure. With that notice, I would ask the commissioner or Amy, where are we meeting?
So, board members, you'll just go out down this way, take a left, and you're in zone 123, which is the room right here behind us.
Room 123 right behind us. Okay, thank you, Amy. And so with that notice, we will.
Piano.
Oh, do we have an
Yes.
announcement about this evening?
Yes, if I may, Mr. Chairman, thank you. The University of Montana would like to remind everyone, many of you already know, you are invited to attend the Pianissimo event, co-sponsored by the Montana legislature. This will be the third, at least, session in which Senator Barrett and others have ensured that this would occur with music faculty and students. And it's apparently a wonderful, did not get to go the last couple of sessions, so I'm looking forward to it. The old Supreme Court chambers, 7 o'clock tonight, at least 50 Helena area music teachers will be attending, but most of the Montana Senate and many of the House of Representatives have committed to attending and have enjoyed it in recent years. So we hope you attend, and if you want a ticket, Paula, do you have any left? two tickets. So if anyone got a ticket and isn't using them, they are in demand. The old Supreme Court chamber seats 220 people. Thank you.
Thank you, President Stearns.
No Elton John.
With that, we will stand in recess until 8:15 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you.